So remember, usually in these situations, we have some type of early understanding of why police are pursuing them. For whatever reason, they're wanted, there's a warrant out for them, there's some type of suspect. All we know with this driver was, I believe they were driving erratically and they failed to stop. Okay, actually, here, we have better, here we go. Let's watch. You can see there 3 of these law enforcement officials trying to get through the driver, smash out both those windows there, just to communicate. So we do know, according to reports, the chase started after the driver sped away when officers were trying to do a welfare check. So wanted to get that in there as well. Remember, viewer discretion is advised. They're trying to communicate with the driver. It looks like beating in those 2 windows there with that baton. So weapons drawn, the shield is up, the light is peering in there. It looks like they're going to open the passenger side door here. So this is unusual. We have not seen any sign yet of the driver, of the suspect. They're no doubt speaking with them. Hope they're okay, so they can be taken into custody peacefully, calmly. Now they're going to go onto the driver's side door. Weapons drawn. Viewer discretion is advised. And here we go. They have the driver's side door open. So I'm not entirely sure what is happening at the moment. They're trying to get the driver out of the vehicle. Usually in these situations, if we're this far in, they come up with their hands up. It doesn't seem like the case. They're manhandling the driver there to try to get them to come out. We don't know if it's male or female. We'll learn quite quickly here, no doubt. Okay, it does look like the driver is out of the vehicle finally, on the ground. They'll be handcuffed. And you can see there, we don't really have a good look at them. But those are CHP and Los Angeles County deputies putting the handcuffs on. So, kind of an anticlimactic end to this. They are in custody. A lot of law enforcement officials responding to this. Now, remember, they have to check the trunk and the other back seat as well to make sure no one else is inside. That's what you see happening right now. Okay, it does look like they are handcuffed and they will be taken into custody now. We just kind of want to wait on this to see if we can get a better glimpse of the suspect. I know it's nighttime. We don't really have a very good visual have it the whole chase. Looks like they have a hoodie on, kind of long hair. Not sure if that's in a ponytail. Not entirely sure if it's a male or female just yet. All right, so they will be processed, put in the back of that patrol car. So let's move away from this right now. Looks like that pursuit is very, very short standoff situation is over. Looks like they're having quite some time, though, trouble with the suspect, even though they are handcuffed. They're trying to put them up against. The anniversary sale at the Room Place. Take an extra 20% off your entire purchase. Plus, for 5 years with no down payment. Best savings up to 67% store-wide. Take an extra 20% off. The anniversary sale at the Room Place.
The land of opportunity. A beacon of democracy. The shining city on the hill. Land of the free, home of the brave. The United States of America. As a son of the heartland, grandson of an Irish immigrant, those aren't just words. My family has lived the American dream. I had the great honor to serve in Congress, as governor, and as your vice president. And I'll always be proud of the progress we made together for a stronger, more prosperous America. But today, our country's in a lot of trouble. President Joe Biden and the radical left have weakened America at home and abroad. The American dream is being crushed under runaway inflation. Wages are dropping. Recession is looming. Our southern border is under siege, and the enemies of freedom are on the march around the world. And worse still, timeless American values are under assault as never before. We're better than this. We can turn this country around, but different times call for different leadership. Today, our party and our country need a leader that will appeal, as Lincoln said, to the better angels of our nature. I have long believed to whom much is given, much will be required. My family and I have been blessed beyond measure with opportunities to serve this nation, and it'd be easy to stay on the sidelines. But that's not how I was raised. That's why today, before God and my family, I'm announcing I'm running for President of the United States. We can bring this country back. We can defend our nation and secure our border. We can revive our economy and put our nation back on a path to a balanced budget. Defend our liberties and give America a new beginning for life. President Reagan described us as a shining city on the hill. And above all, he called on Americans to renew optimism and believe in themselves again, to believe in each other. Every time our nation has produced leadership that has called upon this country to do hard things, the American people have always risen to the challenge. And we will again. We just need government as good as our people to do it. I believe in the American people, and I have faith. God is not done with America yet. And together, we can bring this country back. And the best days for the greatest nation on earth are yet to come. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Get it for you anymore, because it's getting, get it for you anymore. Something about the writing.
Creek, Santan Valley. What I was able to see was somebody running out of a Bolero on Akatia Road in Rittenhouse. I'm very familiar with this area. And then as soon as they got passenger in that SUV, the driver took off at a very high rate of speed. We do know that the police department is following this SUV. Don't know exactly what happened here, but we have seen this vehicle go at a very high rate of speed. since they left. Now I'm being told that it appears that SUV could be stolen, but again, we don't have that confirmed. These are live aerials from Skybox in the Southeast Valley. Again, Queen Creek, Santan Valley area. It is rush hour out there right now. You see all the vehicles trying to get home. A lot of people have moved to this part of the valley, and still looks like Queen Creek to me here. I'm trying to get some crossroads for you. Again, this is, we are being told this is a police pursuit. Looks like they're still possibly in the Queen Creek area. I thought I saw Sprouts there in the background. This is live, everybody. We are getting very few details at this time. Again, I'm very familiar with this part of the valley. Firehouse subs. So it appears that they could still be going down Rittenhouse. They could be headed into the valley. I know that Firehouse subs is kind of off of Rittenhouse and Ellsworth. You see the SUV driver there making some quick maneuvers. I believe the speed limit in that area is 45 miles per hour. Again, everybody, this is breaking news on Fox News Now. You're watching it live. Viewer discretion is advised because we never know if this could end up in a crash or anything of that matter. We are being told that police are pursuing this vehicle, but we have not seen any officer vehicles trailing it. Again, live images from Skybox here. All right, everybody, again, we are sticking with this here on Fox News Now. Like I said, when Skyfox first found this vehicle, I saw somebody run out of a gas station into the vehicle very quickly, and then the vehicle took off. Not quite sure if they're heading into the valley here. So it started in, I believe it's still the Queen Creek city limits. Queen Creek and Santan Valley are right next to each other there. It appears the Valero, where this all started, yes, is in the 21,000 block of East Ocotillo Road, which is Queen Creek, Arizona. Trying to get some crossroads for you here as I'm watching this. Sun is setting in the valley. It is rush hour. This SUV varying speeds right now. Again, can't tell if the lights that this vehicle is going through, if they're green or not. Keeping a very close eye on this. Again, Skyfox, no audio here of this. All right, everybody, again, we're not quite sure exactly which direction this SUV is headed into. I'm trying to get some crossroads for you. It appears that the sunroof is open in that SUV. All right, everybody, if you're joining us on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, welcome. This is Fox News Now. You can see the vehicle there on Ocotillo. Not quite sure what the cross street is right there. Again, we did witness this all start at a gas station on Ocotillo and Rittenhouse, which is in Queen Creek. So it does appear this driver is still on Ocotillo Road. Not quite sure, though, if he or she is headed east or west. We are being told that police are pursuing this vehicle. Again, everybody, keeping a very close eye on this situation in the Southeast Valley. All right, everybody, we are getting told that the driver of this vehicle is headed east on Ocotillo. At last check, possibly Ironwood, which at that point it is Santan Valley, Arizona. Pretty soon getting into Pinal County from Maricopa County. See the maneuvers there, weaving through traffic. Let's see which way this driver goes. They continue straight. Ocotillo eventually ends here. If you're familiar with the area at Schneff Road, it appears on maps that it ends. I'm going to try to pull up this map for you so you see exactly where we're talking about. I can show you where I witnessed this all start at and where we believe the driver is headed. All right, everybody, here we go. All right, everybody. So as you can see there, the map is on the left-hand side. So when I first witnessed this scene, right here is where I saw somebody run into the passenger seat of this vehicle, and then the vehicle took off very quickly. We do believe that this vehicle is traveling east on Ocotillo Road. Right here at Ironwood was the last possibly confirmed location. You can see all the houses there in the background. And eventually, right here, as you can see, Ocotillo Road on this area right here, it looks like it'll end. It'll end. Oh, there it is. And they're turning onto the dirt. So here we go. They're no longer on paved roadway here. Here's the officer now, you can see. All right, everybody. Still driving in the dirt. Again, we are losing sun out here, so that's why you're seeing kind of what we call grainy video, everybody. Again, grainy video. Not quite sure if this driver is still in Maricopa or Pinal County here, but you can see taking off in the dirt, weaving there. Turns out Ocotillo Road ends at Schneff Road, so that appears to be where the driver turned around. So likely they are headed west now at this point. Again, they are out of roadway. They are driving on the dirt. You see the officers there kind of staying back. Oh, there's one coming up really closely here. Here we are. Again, viewer discretion is advised here, everybody. Viewer discretion is advised. All right, everybody. We are being told that the Mesa Police Department picked this up originally. Mesa Police Department, not quite sure if Pinal County Sheriff or Maricopa County Sheriffs are involved at this time. You can tell that the vehicle is back on a roadway there, being followed very closely by an officer there. Again, this is live, so viewer discretion is advised. Not quite sure what will happen when they catch what we're believing are people in the vehicle, because like I said, when we first got this picture, I saw somebody leaving a gas station very quickly, running into the passenger seat there before the SUV took off. Again, this all started when we picked it up, when Skyfox first got images of this vehicle in Queen Creek, Arizona. But the Department of Public Safety is saying there was a low jack hit on a vehicle. It went off the freeway and Mesa picked it up on city streets. Again, you're watching Fox News now. If this is your first time, welcome. We have breaking news feeds like this all the time, not just across the valley, but across the state of Arizona and even across the U.S. Sometimes we get live footage worldwide. We do have a worldwide audience. We stream on YouTube, as well as the Fox 10 Phoenix page, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook. Myself and Mike Page, hosts of the Fox News Now, but this is a huge team effort here at Fox 10 Phoenix. Please feel free to head on over to our YouTube page, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, and hit the subscribe button. You'll be alerted anytime we go live. You can see this driver has now since turned on their headlights, which means it is getting very dark out there. Again, it is 6 o'clock here in the valley, which means that it is rush hour. A lot of people are heading home. Fortunately, you don't see very many cars there with this vehicle picking up speeds. At first, we couldn't see any police vehicles pursuing this SUV, but now you do see them on this driver's tail. Again, very few facts coming in at this time. Not quite sure exactly what happened or how this all started. It appears that it's a stolen vehicle. That's what we're being told. Again, viewer discretion is advised. You see the car there making some dangerous moves. That's a roundabout, everybody. That's a roundabout, and they just drove straight through it. Oh my God, Jamie. There we go. I haven't seen a street sign in a while. Can't tell exactly what street they are driving on now. Speeds varying here. Again, Skyfox over the scene, which means we do not have any sound. We believe that the driver's on Ironwood now. I'm trying to see German or Germain possibly right there. It looks like you have some construction cones up there. Or road blockades. Oh, I mean, that person is weaving in and out of them. There you see some traffic slowing down. All right, speeding up again. People pulling off to the side there, not quite sure what's happening. Don't know if they hear sirens on the ground or not. Again, we are confirming this is Mesa Police Department who picked this up and are following this person. everybody. Again, viewer discretion is advised. We are being told that this is a stolen vehicle police chase. This is Mesa PD's incident. Again, when Skyfox first found this vehicle, it was in Queen Creek. If you're just joining Fox News now, you are watching this stolen vehicle police chase in the Phoenix area. Again, this is in the Southeast Valley. Viewer discretion is advised here, everybody. We don't know how this is going to end. If you're a first timer to Fox News Now, welcome. We stream live breaking news like this all the time. You believe if it's breaking, we'll have it here on Fox News Now. Skyfox is staying on this person overhead very closely here, very closely. All right, everybody, you see there's some sort of traffic barricades, not necessarily cones, but again, viewer discretion is advised. This is breaking news here in the Valley. And I was saying earlier, we believe all right, everybody, thanks so much for sticking with Fox News Now. Again, viewer discretion is advised. This vehicle took off from a Queen Creek gas station very quickly. Definitely losing sunlight out here. Skyfox picked up on this vehicle very quickly and has stayed on it ever since. Here we go. Not quite sure whose light is overhead here. This is definitely a situation where two people's vehicles are surrounding what we're being told is a stolen vehicle here. Okay. Broke through there. Again, your discretion is advised here. Trying to figure out exactly where this driver is now. Yep, you see some police vehicle there just passed by. Coming into a curve here. Again, we're losing sunlight, so that's why you see what looks like a grainy picture, everybody. We are definitely losing sunlight here. At an intersection here, trying to find out that crossroad to the right. There is an officer closely on the tail. Again, everybody, viewer discretion is advised, and you are watching Fox News Now. We're being told Mesa Police are in charge of this pursuit. Again, Mesa Police in charge of this pursuit. All right, everybody, we are, of course, keeping a very close eye on this situation here. Again, this is in the southeast valley, could be more east valley now, depending on the direction. Oh, you see it picking up speed? Here we go. Could be Guadalupe and Ironwood. Oh, taking what? Whoa, took out that fence there. Gate, not necessarily a fence. Can't tell that's a business. Look at, oh, going through another. That was for sure a fence, not a gate. Looks like that is definitely a business. Got the part of the fence off the front of the vehicle there. Continuing to drive through the desert here in the dirt. Definitely taking it off-roading here. Okay, looks like that person got stuck. Definitely looks like they crashed out. Okay, that looks to be a man. Not quite sure. That looks to be a woman. They're running now into the desert. And they separated. Again, they're on foot. These images from Skybox could get a little choppy, folks. Just a heads up. Looks like the man and woman went in two separate directions. Definitely on feet here. Again, we're told this whole incident is Mesa Police is that it started in Mesa. Oh, what is this guy doing? Is he? Oh, that's that looks like a man and a woman there. They're kissing, hugging. Again, not quite sure if they're planning on surrendering here, and viewer discretion is definitely advised, everybody. Viewer discretion is definitely advised. Yep, looks like they're surrendering. They're both laying down. There we go. Not quite sure if deputies or police are approaching them, but everybody, it looks like this police pursuit, this chase is over.
Dude, Hard Mountain Dew is finally here with 5% alcohol. Free calorie responsibly.
Essentially crashed out on like a dirt mound, and then the man and woman went running in separate directions, and then they eventually came back together. They shared a kiss, an embrace, did a little more of that, and then they decided, you know what, we're going to surrender here. So far, since we've been covering this has only been about 15 minutes, folks. Only about 15 minutes. But you can see just how quickly things progressed. And fortunately, no drivers there in the Southeast Valley were harmed as a result of this. When the driver of the vehicle, which appears to be a man, crashed out, no other vehicle was involved. But it did appear that he had gone through a business for a short time there. So definitely lucky that we didn't see anybody injured or killed in this incident. You can definitely tell that they are in the desert here, using flashlights to likely walk them back to a patrol vehicle. All right, everybody, once they get into police units or squad cars, we'll replay this for you from when we started recording on it. Again, you're going to hear my voice, Fox News Now host Pilar Arias, talking over it. Got a little tense there for a little bit with the varying vehicle speeds. Again, we're being told this all started in Mesa, ended up in Queen Creek, could have partially gone to the Santan Valley, Pinal County area. Again, it does appear that both the women who were in that SUV have surrendered and are in police custody. But viewer discretion is still advised here because we never know. It definitely looks like sheriff is there. Not quite sure if that's Maricopa County or Pinal. But we never know, if they can put up a fight or anything of that matter. So we're going to keep the viewer discretion up until we see them get in the patrol vehicles there. Again, you are watching Fox News now. We have breaking live feeds from across the valley, across the state, across the U.S., and we can certainly cover things worldwide as well. We do have a worldwide audience here on News Now, and you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. Just head on over to youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, and you will be alerted anytime we go live with situations like this. You can see the large police response out there. It is definitely dark now, 6:15 p.m. Looks like nobody injured here. Think things wrap up here. We're told the vehicle that the man and woman were in was a stolen vehicle. And when Skyfox first found this vehicle, it was at a gas station in Queen Creek, Arizona, off of East Rittenhouse Road and East Ocotillo Road. And then the driver went down Ocotillo for a bit, turned around, drove in the dirt, ended up on Ironwood for a bit. And this is a time when a lot of people are heading home in this area. Definitely saw some risky traffic maneuvers by the driver there. But eventually drove through a business, crashed into a fence, kept going, and then crashed out in a what appeared to be a dirt mound. Can't quite tell where the suspects are anymore, if they've already put them in a news vehicle. All right, everybody, just into the Fox News Now newsroom. We're being told this ended just west of Ironwood and Guadalupe. Ironwood and Guadalupe. So I'm going to try to pull that up for you now. Driver went pretty far north. All right, so here we go. So where you see here, the locator is where Skyfox first picked up the SUV, and then the driver went east here until the road eventually ended, then turned around down here into the desert, then came up Ironwood. This is Ironwood, and then it ended. I know this is Baseline, so Guadalupe is right before that. So definitely took up quite a route on the east side of the valley. But it does appear that everybody, officers, people driving in the area, even the man and woman who are inside of this alleged stolen vehicle are okay. They did take off in different directions at first, but then they came back together, shared a couple hugs and kisses, and then both laid down on the dirt and surrendered. 2 suspects in custody appeared to have been a man driving and a woman passenger. This investigation may or may not take some time, depending on what we know about the people who were inside that SUV. But we are ending this Wednesday evening here at Fox News Now with this police chase. Told originally was a Mesa police case. Those of you in the area could have heard sirens wondering what was going on. Definitely could have impacted traffic a lot worse in the area. If you're just joining us on Fox News Now, my name is Pilar Arias. Again, we're going to let you know the few details that we do know. A police chase was underway in the Southeast Valley. When we picked it up, Skyfox on the scene, it was in the Queen Creek, Caton Valley area. Not quite sure if they actually ended up in Gilbert or East Mesa here. The Arizona Department of Public Safety said there was a low jack hit on the car, and the car went off the freeway. Originally, this was a Mesa Police Department case. All right, everybody, and just to let you know, this is Fox News Now. We air on YouTube Monday through Friday. Right now, the stream's going from 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Myself and Mike Page are your hosts, but this is a huge effort by the Fox 10 Phoenix team. We are very social. Fox News Now has its own Facebook and Twitter page. We have live feeds like this across the Valley, state, and nation. All right, everybody. So again, not going to call this a happy ending per se, but very lucky with the fact that it doesn't appear anybody was injured in this. Not the 2 suspects, what looked like a man or woman. None of the officers. It does look like it could have been a multi-agency effort because we do see sheriff's patrol cars out there. And if this started as a Mesa Police Department incident, then it definitely crossed some jurisdictions there. We didn't see anybody, just driving on any of these busy Southeast Valley streets get hit or injured. The only damage we were able to see when Sky Fox was following that SUV was what appeared to have been a couple fences at a business. Like the first one looked like a swinging gate in order to get into the property. The back one definitely looked like it was a solid fence. The driver of that SUV was able to quickly shake off that fence from the front of the SUV, continue driving, but then eventually crashed down on what appeared to be a dirt mound. We are desert out here, as you can see very clearly. There's lots of brush, lots of dirt, and eventually, when that SUV crashed out, the man and woman inside took off in separate directions, kind of spread out in a V shape, and then eventually came back together, shared some hugs and kisses, and then decided to get down on their knees at first before laying belly side to the ground, and then they were taken into custody. You're watching Fox News now. My name is Pilar Arias. What we're going to do right now is we're going to restart this from when we picked it up. Again, you're going to hear my voice as if it's live, but it will no longer be live. It will be a replay. Thank you so much for watching Fox News Now. We are Monday through Friday, so we will be back with much more live breaking news streams just like this one tomorrow. Again, thanks so much for watching Fox News Now. Those of you watching on YouTube, I am going to be stopping the stream here on YouTube, but we are going to continue it on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. If you want to head on over there, you can watch the replay. Again, thanks so much for being Fox News Now viewers. We'll see you tomorrow. discretion is advised. Here, everybody, viewer discretion is advised. All right, everybody, we're being told that the Mesa Police Department picked this up originally. Mesa Police Department, not quite sure if Pinal County Sheriff or Maricopa County Sheriffs are involved at this time. You can tell that the vehicle is back on a roadway there, being followed very closely by an officer there. Again, this is live, so viewer discretion is advised. Not quite sure what will happen when they catch what we're believing are people in the vehicle, because like I said, when we first got this picture, I saw somebody leaving a gas station very quickly, running into the passenger seat there before the SUV took off. Again, this all started when we picked it up, when Skyfox first got images of this vehicle in Queen Creek, Arizona. But the Department of Public Safety is saying there was a low jack hit on a vehicle. It went off the freeway and Mesa picked it up on city streets. Again, you're watching Fox News now. If this is your first time, welcome. We have breaking news feeds like this all the time, not just across the valley, but across the state of Arizona and even across the U.S. Sometimes we get live footage worldwide. We do have a worldwide audience. We stream on YouTube, as well as the Fox 10 Phoenix page, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook. Myself and Mike Page, hosts of the Fox News Now, but this is a huge team effort here at Fox 10 Phoenix. Please feel free to head on over to our YouTube page, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, and hit the subscribe button. You'll be alerted anytime we go live. You can see this driver has now since turned on their headlights, which means it is getting very dark out there. Again, it is 6 o'clock here in the valley, which means that it is rush hour. A lot of people are heading home. Fortunately, you don't see very many cars there with this vehicle picking up speeds. At first, we couldn't see any police vehicles pursuing this SUV, but now you do see them on this driver's tail. Again, very few facts coming in at this time. Not quite sure exactly what happened or how this all started. It appears that it's a stolen vehicle. That's what we're being told. Again, viewer discretion is advised. You see the car there making some dangerous moves. That's a roundabout, everybody. That's a roundabout, and they just drove straight through it. There we go. I haven't seen a street sign in a while. Can't tell exactly what street they're driving on now. Speeds varying here. Again, Skybox over the scene, which means we do not have any sound. We believe that the driver's on Ironwood now. I'm trying to see German or Jermaine possibly right there. It looks like you have some construction cones up there. Or road blockades. That person is weaving in and out of them. There you see some traffic slowing down. All right, speeding up again. People pulling off to the side there, not quite sure what's happening. Don't know if they hear sirens on the ground or not. Again, we are confirming this is Mesa Police Department who picked this up and are following this person. everybody. Again, viewer discretion is advised. We are being told that this is a stolen vehicle police chase. This is Mesa PD's incident. Again, when Skyfox first found this vehicle, it was in Queen Creek. If you're just joining Fox News now, you are watching the stolen vehicle police chase in the Phoenix area. Again, this is in the Southeast Valley. Viewer discretion is advised here, everybody. We don't know how this is going to end. If you're a first timer to Fox News now, welcome. We stream live breaking news like this all the time. We believe if it's breaking, we'll have it here on Fox News now. Skyfox is staying on this person overhead very closely here, very closely. All right, everybody, you see there's some sort of traffic barricades, not necessarily cones, but again, viewer discretion is advised. This is breaking news here in the Valley. And I was saying earlier, we believe all right, everybody, thanks so much for sticking with Fox News now. Again, viewer discretion is advised. This vehicle took off from a Queen Creek gas station very quickly. Definitely losing sunlight out here. Skyfox picked up on this vehicle very quickly and has stayed on it ever since. Here we go. Not quite sure whose light is overhead here. This is definitely a situation where two people's vehicles are surrounding what we're being told is a stolen vehicle here. Okay, broke through there. Again, viewer discretion is advised here. Trying to figure out exactly where this driver is now. Yeah, you see some police vehicle there just passed by. Coming into a curve here. Again, we're losing sunlight, so that's why you see what looks like a grainy picture, everybody. We are definitely losing sunlight here. At an intersection here, trying to find out that crossroad, took a right. There is an officer closely on the tail. Again, everybody, viewer discretion is advised, and you are watching Fox News now. We're being told Mesa Police are in charge of this pursuit. Again, Mesa Police in charge of this pursuit. All right, everybody, we are, of course, keeping a very close eye on this situation here. Again, this is in the southeast valley, could be more east valley now, depending on the direction. Oh, you see it picking up speed? Here we go. Could be Guadalupe and Ironwood. Oh, taking it. Whoa, took out that fence there. Gate, not necessarily a fence. Can't tell if that's a business. Look at, going through another. That was for sure a fence, not a gate. Looks like that is definitely a business. Got the part of the fence off the front of the vehicle there. Continuing to drive through the desert here in the dirt. Definitely taking it off-roading here. Okay, looks like that person got stuck. Definitely looks like they crashed out. Okay, that looks to be a man. Not quite sure. That looks to be a woman. They're running now into the desert. And they separated. Again, they're on foot. These images from Skybox could get a little choppy, folks. Just a heads up. Looks like the man and woman went in two separate directions. Definitely on feet here. Again, we're told this whole incident is Mesa Police says that it started in Mesa. What is this guy doing? Is he? That looks like a man and a woman there. They're kissing, hugging. Again, not quite sure if they're planning on surrendering here, and viewer discretion is definitely advised, everybody. Viewer discretion is definitely advised. Yep, looks like they're surrendering. They're both laying down. There we go. Not quite sure if deputies or police are approaching them, but everybody, it looks like this police pursuit, this chase is over. The SUV eventually crashed out on like a dirt mound, and then the man and woman went running in separate directions, and then they eventually came back together. They shared a kiss, an embrace, did a little more of that, and then they decided, you know what, we're going to surrender here. So far, since we've been covering this has only been about 15 minutes, folks. Only about 15 minutes. But you can see just how quickly things progressed. And fortunately, no drivers there in the Southeast Valley were harmed as a result of this. When the driver of the vehicle, which appears to be a man, crashed out, no other vehicle was involved. But it did appear that he had gone through a business for a short time there. So definitely lucky that we didn't see anybody injured or killed in this incident. You can definitely tell that they are in the desert here, using flashlights to likely walk them back to a patrol vehicle. All right, everybody, once they get into police units or squad cars, we'll replay this for you from when we started recording on it. Again, you're going to hear my voice, Fox News Now host Pilar Arias, talking over it. Got a little intense there for a little bit with the varying vehicle speeds. Again, we're being told this all started in Mesa, ended up in Queen Creek. It could have partially gone to the Santan Valley, Pinal County area. Again, it does appear that both the man and the woman who were in that SUV have surrendered and are in police custody. Viewer discretion is still advised here because we never know. It definitely looks like sheriff is there. Not quite sure if that's Maricopa County or Pinal. But we never know, if they can put up a fight or anything of that matter. So we're going to keep the viewer discretion up until we see them get in the patrolled vehicles there. Again, you are watching Fox News now. We have breaking live feeds from across the valley, across the state, across the U.S., and we can certainly cover things worldwide as well. We do have a worldwide audience here on News Now, and you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. Just head on over to youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, and you will be alerted anytime we go live with situations like this. You can see the large police response out there. It is definitely dark now, 6:15 p.m. Looks like nobody injured here. Think things wrap up here. We're told the vehicle that the man and woman were in was a stolen vehicle. And when Skyfox first found this vehicle, it was at a gas station in Queen Creek, Arizona, off of East Rittenhouse Road and East Ocotillo Road. And then the driver went down Ocotillo for a bit, turned around, drove in the dirt, ended up on Ironwood for a bit. And this is a time when a lot of people are heading home in this area. Definitely saw some risky traffic maneuvers by the driver there, but eventually drove through a business, crashed into a fence, kept going, and then crashed out in a what appeared to be a dirt mound. Can't quite tell where the suspects are anymore, if they've already put them in a news vehicle. All right, everybody, just into the Fox News Now newsroom, we're being told this ended just west of Ironwood and Guadalupe. Ironwood and Guadalupe. So I'm going to try to pull that up for you now. Driver went pretty far north. All right, so here we go. So where you see here, the locator is where Skyfox first picked up the SUV, and then the driver went east here until the road eventually ended, then turned around down here into the desert, then came up Ironwood. This is Ironwood, and then it ended. I know this is Baseline, so Guadalupe is right before that. So definitely took up quite a route on the east side of the valley. But it does appear that everybody, officers, people driving in the area, even the man and woman who are inside of this alleged stolen vehicle, are okay. They did take off in different directions at first, but then they came back together, shared a couple hugs and kisses, and then both laid down on the dirt and surrendered. Discretion is advised here, everybody. Viewer discretion is advised. we're being told that the Mesa Police Department picked this up originally. Mesa Police Department, not quite sure if Pinal County Sheriff or Maricopa County Sheriffs are involved at this time. You can tell that the vehicle is back on a roadway there, being followed very closely by an officer there. Again, this is live, so viewer discretion is advised. Not quite sure what will happen when they catch what we're believing are people in the vehicle, because like I said, when we first got this picture, I saw somebody leaving a gas station very quickly, running into the passenger seat there before the SUV took off. Again, this all started when we picked it up, when Skybox first got images of this vehicle in Queen Creek, Arizona. But the Department of Public Safety is saying there was a local jack hit on a vehicle. It went off the freeway and Mesa picked it up on city streets. Again, you're watching Fox News now. If this is your first time, welcome. We have breaking news feeds like this all the time, not just across the valley, but across the state of Arizona and even across the U.S. Sometimes we get live footage worldwide. We do have a worldwide audience. We stream on YouTube, as well as the Fox 10 Phoenix page, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook. Myself and Mike Page, hosts of the Fox News Now, but this is a huge team effort here at Fox 10 Phoenix. Please feel free to head on over to our YouTube page, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, and hit the subscribe button. You'll be alerted anytime we go live. You can see this driver has now since turned on their headlights, which means it is getting very dark out there. Again, it is 6 o'clock here in the valley, which means that it is rush hour. A lot of people are heading home. Fortunately, you don't see very many cars there with this vehicle picking up speeds. At first, we couldn't see any police vehicles pursuing this SUV, but now you do see them on this driver's tail. Again, very few facts coming in at this time. Not quite sure exactly what happened or how this all started. It appears that it's a stolen vehicle. That's what we're being told. Again, viewer discretion is advised. You see the car there making some dangerous moves. That's a roundabout, everybody. That's a roundabout, and they just drove straight through it. There we go. I haven't seen a street sign in a while. Can't tell exactly what street they are driving on now. Speeds varying here. Again, Skybox over the scene, which means we do not have any sound. We believe that the driver's on Ironwood now. I'm trying to see German or Germaine possibly right there. It looks like you have some construction cones up there. Or road blockades. That person is weaving in and out of them. There you see some traffic slowing down. All right, speeding up again. People pulling off to the side there, not quite sure what's happening. Don't know if they hear sirens on the ground or not. Again, we are confirming this is Mesa Police Department who picked this up and are following this person. All right, everybody. Again, viewer discretion is advised. We are being told that this is a stolen vehicle police chase. This is Mesa PD's incident. Again, when Skyfox first found this vehicle, it was in Queen Creek. If you're just joining Fox News now, you are watching the stolen vehicle police chase in the Phoenix area. Again, this is in the Southeast Valley. Viewer discretion is advised here, everybody. We don't know how this is going to end. If you're a first timer to Fox News Now, welcome. We stream live breaking news like this all the time. You believe if it's breaking, we'll have it here on Fox News Now. Skyfox is staying on this person overhead very closely here, very closely. All right, everybody, you see there's some sort of traffic barricades, not necessarily cones, but again, viewer discretion is advised. This is breaking news here in the Valley. And I was saying earlier, we believe all right, everybody, thanks so much for sticking with Fox News Now. Again, viewer discretion is advised. This vehicle took off from a Queen Creek gas station very quickly. Definitely losing sunlight out here. Skyfox picked up on this vehicle very quickly and has stayed on it ever since. Here we go. Not quite sure whose light is overhead here. This is definitely a situation where two people's vehicles are surrounding what we're being told is a stolen vehicle here. Okay, broke through there. Again, viewer discretion is advised here. Trying to figure out exactly where this driver is now. Yeah, you see a police vehicle there just passed by. Coming into a curve here. Again, we're losing sunlight, so that's why you see what looks like a grainy picture, everybody. We are definitely losing sunlight here. At an intersection here, trying to find out that crossroad to the right. There is an officer closely on the tail. Again, everybody, viewer discretion is advised, and you are watching Fox News Now. We're being told Mesa police are in charge of this pursuit. Again, Mesa police in charge of this pursuit. right, everybody. We are, of course, keeping a very close eye on this situation here. Again, this is in the southeast valley. Could be more east valley now, depending on the direction. Oh, you see, picking up speed. Here we go. Could be Guadalupe and Ironwood. Oh, taking what? Whoa, took out that fence there. Gate, not necessarily a fence. Can't tell if that's a business. Look at, oh, going through another. That was for sure a fence, not a gate. Looks like that is definitely a business. Got the part of the fence off the front of the vehicle there. Continuing to drive through the desert here in the dirt. Definitely taking it off-roading here. Okay, looks like that person got stuck. Definitely looks like they crashed out. Okay, that looks to be a man. Not quite sure. That looks to be a woman. They're running now into the desert. And they separated. Again, they're on foot. These images from Skybox could get a little choppy, folks. Just a heads up. Looks like the man and woman went in two separate directions. Definitely on feet here. Again, we're told this whole incident is Mesa police says that it started in Mesa. What is this guy doing? Is he? That looks like a man and a woman there. They're kissing, hugging. Again, not quite sure if they're planning on surrendering here, and viewer discretion is definitely advised, everybody. Viewer discretion is definitely advised. Oh, yep, looks like they're surrendering. They're both laying down. There we go. Not quite sure if deputies or police are approaching them, but everybody, it looks like this police pursuit, this chase is over. The SUV eventually crashed out on like a dirt mound, and then the man and woman went running in separate directions, and then they eventually came back together. They shared a kiss, an embrace, did a little more of that, and then they decided, you know what, we're going to surrender here. So far, since we've been covering this has only been about 15 minutes, folks. Only about 15 minutes. But you can see just how quickly things progressed. And fortunately, no drivers there in the Southeast Valley were harmed as a result of this. When the driver of the vehicle, which appears to be a man, crashed out. No other vehicle was involved. But it did appear that he had gone through a business for a short time there. So definitely lucky that we didn't see anybody injured or killed in this incident. You can definitely tell that they are in the desert here, using flashlights to likely walk them back to a patrol vehicle. All right, everybody, once they get into police units or squad cars, we'll replay this for you from when we started recording on it. Again, you're going to hear my voice, Fox News Now host Pilar Arias talking over it. Got a little tense there for a little bit with the varying vehicle speeds. Again, we're being told this all started in Mesa, ended up in Queen Creek, could have partially gone to the Santan Valley, Pinal County area. Again, it does appear that both the man and the woman who were in that SUV have surrendered and are in police custody. But viewer discretion is still advised here because we never know. It definitely looks like sheriff is there. Not quite sure if that's Maricopa County or Pinal. But we never know, if they can put up a fight or anything of that matter. So we're going to keep the viewer description up until we see them get in the patrol vehicles there. Again, you are watching Fox News now. We have breaking live feeds from across the valley, across the state, across the U.S., and we can certainly cover things worldwide as well. We do have a worldwide audience here on News Now, and you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. Just head on over to youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, and you will be alerted anytime we go live with situations like this. You can see the large police response out there. It is definitely dark now, 6:15 p.m. Looks like nobody injured here. Think things wrap up here. We're told the vehicle that the man and woman were in was a stolen vehicle. And when Skyfox first found this vehicle, it was at a gas station in Queen Creek, Arizona, off of East Rittenhouse Road and East Ocotillo Road. And then the driver went down Ocotillo for a bit, turned around, drove in the dirt, ended up on Ironwood for a bit. And this is a time when a lot of people are heading home in this area. Definitely saw some risky traffic maneuvers by the driver there, but eventually drove through a business, crashed into a fence, kept going, and then crashed out in a what appeared to be a dirt mound. Can't quite tell where the suspects are anymore, if they've already put them in a news vehicle. All right, everybody, just into the Fox News Now newsroom. We're being told this ended just west of Ironwood and Guadalupe. Ironwood and Guadalupe. So I'm going to try to pull that up for you now. Driver went pretty far north. All right, so here we go. So where you see here, the locator is where Skyfox first picked up the SUV, and then the driver went east here until the road eventually ended, then turned around down here into the desert, then came up Ironwood. This is Ironwood, and then it ended. I know this is Baseline, so Guadalupe is right before that. So definitely took up quite a route on the east side of the valley. But it does appear that everybody, officers, people driving in the area, even the man and woman who are inside of this alleged stolen vehicle, are okay. They did take off in different directions at first, but then they came back together, shared a couple hugs and kisses, and then both laid down on the dirt and surrendered. Discretion is advised here, everybody. Viewer discretion is advised. being told that the Mesa Police Department picked this up originally. Mesa Police Department, not quite sure if Pinal County Sheriff or Maricopa County Sheriffs are involved at this time. You can tell that the vehicle is back on a roadway there, being followed very closely by an officer there. Again, this is live, so viewer discretion is advised. Not quite sure what will happen when they catch what we're believing are people in the vehicle, because like I said, when we first got this picture, I saw somebody leaving a gas station very quickly, running into the passenger seat there before the SUV took off. Again, this all started when we picked it up, when Skyfox first got images of this vehicle in Queen Creek, Arizona. But the Department of Public Safety is saying there was a low jack hit on a vehicle. It went off the freeway and Mesa picked it up on city streets. Again, you're watching Fox News now. If this is your first time, welcome. We have breaking news feeds like this all the time, not just across the valley, but across the state of Arizona and even across the U.S. Sometimes we get live footage worldwide. We do have a worldwide audience. We stream on YouTube, as well as the Fox 10 Phoenix page, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook. Myself and Mike Page, hosts of the Fox News Now, but this is a huge team effort here at Fox 10 Phoenix. Please feel free to head on over to our YouTube page, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, and hit the subscribe button. You'll be alerted anytime we go live. You get to see this driver has now since turned on their headlights, which means it is getting very dark out there. Again, it is 6 o'clock here in the valley, which means that it is rush hour. A lot of people are heading home. Fortunately, you don't see very many cars there with this vehicle picking up speeds. At first, we couldn't see any police vehicles pursuing this SUV, but now you do see them on this driver's tail. Again, very few facts coming in at this time. Not quite sure exactly what happened or how this all started. It appears that it's a stolen vehicle. That's what we're being told. Again, viewer discretion is advised. You see the car there making some dangerous moves. That's a roundabout, everybody. That's a roundabout, and they just drove straight through it. There we go. I haven't seen a street sign in a while. Can't tell exactly what street they're driving on now. Speeds varying here. Again, Skyfox over the scene, which means we do not have any sound. We believe that the driver's on Ironwood now. I'm trying to see German or Jermaine possibly right there. It looks like you have some construction cones up there. Or road blockades. That person is weaving in and out of them. There you see some traffic slowing down. All right, speeding up again. People pulling off to the side there, not quite sure what's happening. Don't know if they hear sirens on the ground or not. Again, we are confirming this is Mesa Police Department who picked this up and are following this person. everybody. Again, viewer discretion is advised. We are being told that this is a stolen vehicle police chase. This is Mesa PD's incident. Again, when Skyfox first found this vehicle, it was in Queen Creek. If you're just joining Fox News now, you are watching the stolen vehicle police chase in the Phoenix area. Again, this is in the Southeast Valley. Viewer discretion is advised here, everybody. We don't know how this is going to end. If you're a first timer to Fox News now, welcome. We stream live breaking news like this all the time. You believe if it's breaking, we'll have it here on Fox News now. Skyfox is staying on this person overhead very closely here, very closely. All right, everybody, you see there's some sort of traffic barricades, not necessarily cones, but again, viewer discretion is advised. This is breaking news here in the Valley. And I was saying earlier, we believe all right, everybody, thanks so much for sticking with Fox News now. Again, viewer discretion is advised. This vehicle took off from a Queen Creek gas station very quickly. Definitely losing sunlight out here. Skyfox picked up on this vehicle very quickly and has stayed on it ever since. Here we go. Not quite sure whose light is overhead here. This is definitely a situation where two people's vehicles are surrounding what we're being told is a stolen vehicle here. Okay. Broke through there. And your discretion is advised here. Trying to figure out exactly where this driver is now. Yeah, you see a police vehicle there just passed by. Coming into a curve here. Again, we're losing sunlight, so that's why you see what looks like a grainy picture, everybody. We are definitely losing sunlight here. At an intersection here, trying to find out that crossroad, took a right. There is an officer closely on the tail. Again, everybody, viewer discretion is advised, and you are watching Fox News now. We're being told Mesa police are in charge of this pursuit. Again, Mesa police in charge of this pursuit. All right, everybody, we are, of course, keeping a very close eye on this situation here. Again, this is in the southeast valley. Could be more east valley now, depending on the direction. Oh, you see it picking up speed? Here we go. Could be Guadalupe and Ironwood. Oh, taking it. Whoa, took out that fence there. Gate, not necessarily a fence. Can't tell if that's a business. Look at, oh, going through another. That was for sure a fence, not a gate. Looks like that is definitely a business. Got the part of the fence off the front of the vehicle there. Continuing to drive through the desert here in the dirt. Definitely taking it off-roading here. Okay, looks like that person got stuck. Definitely looks like they crashed out. Okay, that looks to be a man. I'm not quite sure. That looks to be a woman. They're running now into the desert. And they've separated. Again, they're on foot. Images from Skybox could get a little choppy, folks. Just a heads up. Looks like the man and woman went in two separate directions. Definitely on feet here. Again, we're told this whole incident is Mesa Police says that it started in Mesa. What is this guy doing? Is he? That looks like a man and a woman there. They're kissing, hugging. Again, not quite sure if they're planning on surrendering here, and viewer discretion is definitely advised, everybody. Viewer discretion is definitely advised. Yep, looks like they're surrendering. They're both laying down. There we go. Not quite sure if deputies or police are approaching them, but everybody, it looks like this police pursuit, this chase is over. The SUV eventually crashed out on like a dirt mound, and then the man and woman went running in separate directions, and then they eventually came back together. They shared a kiss, an embrace, did a little more of that, and then they decided, you know what, we're going to surrender here. So far, since we've been covering this has only been about 15 minutes, folks. Only about 15 minutes. But you can see just how quickly things progressed. And fortunately, no drivers there in the Southeast Valley were harmed as a result of this. When the driver of the vehicle, which appears to be a man, crashed out, no other vehicle was involved. But it did appear that he had gone through a business for a short time there. So definitely lucky that we didn't see anybody injured or killed in this incident. You can definitely tell that they are in the desert here, using flashlights to likely walk them back to a patrol vehicle. All right, everybody, once they get into police units or squad cars, we'll replay this for you from when we started recording on it. Again, you're going to hear my voice, Fox News Now host Pilar Arias talking over it. Got a little intense there for a little bit with the varying vehicle speeds. Again, we're being told this all started in Mesa, ended up in Queen Creek, could have partially gone to the Santan Valley, Pinal County area. Again, it does appear that both the man and the woman who who were in that SUV have surrendered and are in police custody. But viewer discretion is still advised here because we never know. It definitely looks like sheriff is there. Not quite sure if that's Maricopa County or Pinal. But we never know, if they could put up a fight or anything of that matter. So we're going to keep the viewer discretion up until we see them get in the patrol vehicles there. Again, you are watching Fox News now. We have breaking live feeds from across the valley, across the state, across the U.S., and we can certainly cover things worldwide as well. We do have a worldwide audience here on News Now, and you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. Just head on over to youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, and you will be alerted anytime we go live with situations like this. You can see the large police response out there. It is definitely dark now, 6:15 p.m. So we are watching here of this pursuit, and as our chopper follows this vehicle along, sometimes we don't get that wider picture, but we do have police and law authorities in pursuit of this vehicle. Looks like it's possibly slowing down, resting here near the median. So again, that carpool lane is where you're seeing some of those cars pass on the right-hand side as this vehicle comes to, and it looks like he just got crashed into by possible authorities. You can see those flashing lights of those undercover cars, again, of this stolen vehicle here on the I-10 in Phoenix.
They disabled it. The SWAT team disabled the OnStar. They wanted ways to nearby, make it surrounded.
And we did just learn that SWAT team actually disabled this vehicle. So you can see that they were waiting for an opportune time to make that happen while it was not around other vehicles. And you can see some smoke now coming from another one of those vehicles, but they were able to do that so that their car came to a complete stop, again, away from other people who are out here on these roads. And again, the I-10, a huge interstate here in the Phoenix area, and we saw some of that traffic being averted by this person who's a suspect of this stolen vehicle, but thankfully it wasn't later here in this afternoon as more people continue to get off of work. More law authorities coming here and pulling up behind this vehicle. Looks like they are getting in position to try to keep all of their members safe until that suspect can get out of that car. And once again, we watched this car come slowly rolling to a stop, and that is again because the SWAT team did disable this vehicle. They were able to make that happen, and they are in that left-hand lane here on the I-10 eastbound. Again, carpool lane and those left-hand lanes going to be blocked off further down the road by police as they continue to try to get this suspect out of their vehicle. And once again, as we are live, raw and unfiltered, sometimes that does mean that our chopper feed is going to be a little bit in and out sometimes. I do want to remind everyone, viewer discretion is advised as we do have the team walking or making their way into this suspect vehicle. Sometimes it's an unknown situation what that person may have in their vehicle or the condition they may be in after they do get those cars to a complete stop. So I just want to remind people, viewer discretion advised as we are watching this live unfold here. Our chopper up in the air here in Arizona. This is the I-10 going eastbound. It did look like when we had our chopper pull that camera view back that they do actually have all lanes of traffic blocked off here this afternoon. And because that vehicle had come to a stop, you did see that we did have those SWAT teams as they pull this suspect out of the car, get him on the ground, get him in handcuffs. They had to move out of the way of this vehicle because they had him trapped in between the barrier and their cars. once again, we did see that our authorities were able to get that person down on the ground, arms behind their back and in handcuffs. Looks like they have picked that person back up, and they're going to be putting him in the back of these undercover cars and the squad cars that were following closely behind. And you can see that person being walked back, ready to be put into the back of one of these cars. Not a place that you want to end up, but that's what's going to happen to you. If you're going to break the law, you're going to steal a vehicle, you're going to lead police on a chase, you're going to get apprehended, you're going to be put in the back of that squad car in those handcuffs as they do so here.
It almost looks like it is coming to an end already as soon as we took it here. But viewer discretion is advised, everybody. This is happening in Woodland Hills. As you can see, that minivan is stopped right now, but it appears now to be on the move again. So we will follow this for you. It stopped momentarily. We are continuing to follow live here for you, everybody. And we do have a suspect in this white minivan moments ago, stopping there on the highway, and police stopped as well. Not sure exactly what the suspect was going to do, and then the suspect began to drive again. So once again, we are on the pursuit here. We are following this live for you. This is happening, a police pursuit of an armed suspect. So, folks, this is a very tense situation. We cannot tell you too many times that this is a very, very fluid situation. So, please, viewer discretion is advised. You just never know what these suspects are going to do, and especially when we hear that the suspect is armed, that is never a good combo there. So we're hoping that everyone will stay safe, including the commuters there on the roadways, as well as the law enforcement there in LA. If you were joining us a little bit earlier, we were live on the Senate floor. Now we are covering live breaking news happening in LA for this police chase happening in Woodland Hills. You can see that one car really just jumping right in front of the suspect. Probably just wants to get out of the way. Doesn't want to be anywhere close. You just never know what the suspect might be doing. Thanks everybody joining us live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix, Facebook Live as well. Let us know where you are watching from, as we are following this very closely for you, of this police pursuit of this armed suspect. Viewer discretion is advised. You just never know what the suspect is going to do in a situation where they're already in a wild card situation, and you just don't know if what they will possibly do, and we're just hoping that everybody on the roadways will remain safe. The suspect isn't doing any
is really just staying in that one lane there, so that's a good thing. He's not being erratic at this moment, but we are learning that he's an armed suspect, so they are going to treat this very carefully, police, as they continue to follow this suspect. Now, so many times people always say, well, why aren't the police just right up on the suspect? Well, you don't want to scare the suspect. Is you can imagine it's already a very amped up and stressful situation for everyone. You don't want to alert the suspect and maybe they'll start to do erratic moves and really put a lot of lives at risk. So what you want to do at this moment is just continue to watch the suspect, monitor the activity, and then hopefully the suspect will eventually run out of gas, or if they're able to, get some spike strips ahead of time and be able to stop this suspect right here. If you're just joining us moments ago when we first brought you this coverage, we did have the suspect stop in the middle of the highway, and the car was stopped there for a couple of moments, but then it started up again. So the pursuit is once again on. Well, we're going to continue to monitor this here for you. Thanks to everyone watching right now, Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, as well as fox10phoenix.com. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you 12 hours of non-stop coverage happening from all over the country. You just never know what's going to happen on a daily basis. And once again, it just seems like this has become a weekly thing, if not a bi-weekly situation where we're covering a police chase, and it usually happens in LA. Viewer discretion is advised, as we are covering an armed suspect here in Woodland Hills neighborhood in LA. So we'll continue to monitor this for you as long as we have the shot. But as you can see, this suspect has just stayed in that one lane, not doing anything erratic at this moment. Appears to be slowing down now. We'll see what's happening. It looks like there's a little bit of traffic coming up here. And thanks to all our fans now watching worldwide of this police chase happening in Woodland Hills. Continuing to monitor this live for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And so many people ask me, they say, Mike, the suspect is eventually going to get caught. Why do they continue to try to think that they're going to outrun the police? I mean, there are choppers above them right now, and the only explanation I can really give to those people is you have a suspect that knows they are eventually going to get caught, but they want to extend their final moments of freedom for as long as they can. So if they could do it another 10, 15, maybe even 30 minutes, they're good with that, because at this moment they know eventually they are going to get behind bars, if not worse. Especially with this armed suspect, you don't know what they're going to do. So extending those last moments of freedom. And another thing you really got to consider is these people are very selfish. Suspects are always selfish. They think they can get away and endanger the lives of so many there on the roadways, including our law enforcement as well. So we will continue to monitor this here for you. Thanks so much to everyone watching worldwide right now, live on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. If you haven't already done so, now would be that perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know when we're covering breaking news from anywhere across the country. And you can see the police cruisers there right behind the suspect now. And we'll continue to monitor this for you. Thanks to everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live and fox10phoenix.com. You are in the News Now stream, covering a live police chase for you in Woodland Hills. This chase started in West Hollywood, and local media reports that this is a male driver and believed at this moment to be armed. So we'll continue to follow this live for you right now. You know, so many times I try to tell people that are watching, you know, anything can happen. That's why we need to really be careful here of what we're watching, because at any moment there could be a crash. There could be a situation where a suspect will ditch the vehicle. We've seen that many times in past police chases as well. They'll get off the highway, then go into a neighborhood, and that could get a dicey situation because you're dealing with speeds that are just neighborhood speeds of 20 to 25 miles per hour, and you never know, there could be kids in the area, and just once they get into that neighborhood situation, that's when things could get really dicey. So we'll continue to follow here live for you. I'll try to get as much details as I can for you right now. Right now we are learning that the suspect is on the 101 freeway in LA heading through Encino at this moment. Right now it appears that the suspect is getting off the highway here. I was just saying this to you moments ago. This is when a situation can get dicey here. This could be an opportunity where the suspect feels like they may want to get out of the car and ditch the car and run for it, but we'll see what the suspect has in mind at this moment. Police taking it very cautiously, as this is a armed suspect potentially. You just never know what they are going to do. If they're already on the run here, who knows what else they might want to do. So we do have the police cruiser right behind this suspect. The suspect really is taking it slow. I mean, this is one of the slowest chases we've had. Not driving erratic at all. So there's that to also keep in mind at this moment, that, you know, this pretty much the suspect is doing the speed limit here in this neighborhood. So we'll continue to follow live for you here. There's so many people in the chat room saying, please, when will the spike strips get out? Now it looks like the suspect is stopping here. Not sure if it's a red light or what, but you can see those police cruisers just taking it very cautiously here, as they do not want to get into a shootout here in such a populated neighborhood as well. So many factors that you have to consider as well. That's why we always say you always have to thank law enforcement on a daily basis. I mean, this is just a small fraction of what they put up with on a daily basis here. So we're continuing to follow here live for you. The suspect is, you know, pretty much doing the speed limit here in this neighborhood in California. You know, so many times we see these police chases where the driver is erratic and it looks like at any moment they'll, get in a crash. This moment, it doesn't appear that the suspect will get in a crash if they don't try to. Police don't try to hit the vehicle and maybe try to get him to spin out or maybe launch a couple spike strips ahead here. We don't know. We're going to continue to watch. Police chases are one of those things that you just can't walk away from. You come in the beginning, the middle, but you always watch the end. It's one of those things that just draws you in, and you're invested. You want to know how it's going to end, and hopefully we can report on in just a little bit that this will end peacefully, that no one will be injured, and then the suspect can be locked up here. But we will continue to follow live here for you. I even think that the suspect there had the blinker on as well, indicating that they were going to be turning right there. So it's a very cautious suspect as well at this moment. And it looks like a stop right here. Let's hope everyone's going to be safe here. Very tense situation. You're watching Fox 10 News Now for fox10phoenix.com. Looks like one of them. We have some police now out. Obviously, their guns will be drawn. You just don't know how this is all going to end. For those of you wanting to see White House press briefing, that will be coming up right after the conclusion of this police chase. But right now we are in a news alert situation happening live on the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm your host, Mike Page. Welcome. And like so many, I've been saying earlier today, and so many of you in the chat have been saying that, wow, this suspect is really just playing by the driving rules at this moment. It appears that they're stopping at red lights, using their blinkers when they're turning, and really doing nothing erratic at this moment. If you were just watching this vehicle and you didn't know that this vehicle was a police pursuit, you wouldn't know anything was wrong. You would just think this is a normal driver out on the roadways, just like the thousands of other cars out there. So if it wasn't for the choppers above or the police cruisers behind, looks like just a normal vehicle out on a Wednesday afternoon there. We'll continue to follow live here where I can tell so many people watching these police chases. At any moment, at any time, something major can happen. That's why we continue to watch live. Once again, police pursuit of a armed suspect. So that is what's going to get very, very tense situation for the police as well. We do have a viewer, one of my great fans from England, Chris, mentioning on Twitter, saying, "Quick hello, Mike. Hope this pursuit ends without incident." So, yeah, thank you so much, Chris, for that mention there on Twitter as we continue to follow live here. Chris is a viewer from England, so like I was saying earlier, folks, we have a worldwide audience when it comes to news now, and especially during breaking news events like a police chase or a big news conference, we always have you covered in that fashion. We've just been watching a slow pursuit here. Very slow. Very let's see. Is this suspect going to try to park right here? I mean, it looks like they were setting up to do a 3-point parking or something. Wow. Very, very strange situation here. Continuing to follow live for you on the Fox 10 and News Downstream, everyone. Okay, the suspect. Now we've seen this a couple times during the pursuit where the suspect will just stop in the middle of a highway or a road and wait for the cops to come out, and then does this. Exactly what we've been seeing the last couple times. One time it happened on the highway, and the other times on these neighborhood roadways. So, pursuit once again is on, and we will continue to monitor this here for you. One Twitter viewer saying this car chase suspect has to be one of the most considerate drivers on the roads of LA right now. Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been seeing here. And you know what? You got to be happy about that at that moment, because we've seen so many police chases where it's just erratic driving and you really start fearing for everyone's safety there on the roadways, all the innocent people. And this kind of gives you hope that hopefully this will end pretty soon. I mean, just hope without incident, everyone. So continue to follow live here for you. I'm your host, Mike Page. Coming up on noon here in Arizona, but we're watching live in LA here. So it's going on at 11 o'clock there. Once again, the slow-mo drive, the slow-mo pursuit is happening. So we are once again following this suspect. Viewer discretion is advised, everyone. We just don't know. You never know how these things are going to end, but we are looking at a very slow-mo pursuit here. I mean, so many times the suspect is just stopped in the middle of roadways. This is the third time now we've seen this happen where the suspect will just stop in the middle of the roadway. The cops will open up a door, and then the suspect will continue to drive on. Looks like it's going to happen again. It's almost like like the suspect is toying with the police a little bit. Like, yeah, I'm right here, and I'm just going to continue to drive on because it's a very okay. Let's have some traffic here. We'll see how they're going to handle it now that. Traffic situation, if they're just going to try to come on and you would think they would want to maybe try to box this vehicle in now. They have a pretty good shot at it, but we had somebody there out on the roadway. Can't see with that jack in the box. And somebody was right there on the roadway. not sure who that person was, but it went right up to the van there. It was hard to see with that Jack in the Box sign there. That was interesting. All right, continuing to follow on here. Pursuit is still ongoing. This happened in West Hollywood. It initiated. Our assignment desk mentioning to us that those were dealer plates on the front and back of this vehicle. So we could also be dealing with stolen vehicle as well. Suspect is potentially armed. Following live for you right now on fox10phoenix.com and all our viewers watching worldwide on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way you'll always be in the know. We're covering breaking news for you anywhere across the country. We've seen so many times the suspect stop in the middle of the roadway, let the police come a little bit closer, and then the pursuit continues on. We'll see how this is going to happen here. Now, suspect hits the gas a little bit harder here. Another great viewer, Caton, reaching out to me saying, I really hope that he is not actually armed and this comes to a safe end. The person seems too nice to be a bad guy or a girl. Well, Caton, this person might be a considerate driver, but at the same time, they're still putting a lot of people at risk here because there's a lot of resources now. There's a lot of resources reserved for this vehicle now. And we'll continue to follow live here for you. On the Fox 10 News Now stream. Thanks to everyone reaching out and watching live from you. The great thing about News Now is, you can watch it on your smart TV, your tablet, your phone, your computer, whatever way you can really just access the internet. You always have a connection with us and are able to watch breaking news from anywhere across the country. Right after this chase, we'll have Sean Spicer, White House press briefing. Right now, we are in a Fox 10 News Alert here for you. Some saying in the chat that person could potentially have been a TMZ photographer that went right up to this suspect. We'll try to get some information for you a little bit later once we are able to get more details. Right now, it's a very fluid situation, as you can imagine. So much is happening right now. We're going to continue to follow here live for you. And now they were saying that there was a TV cameraman. We don't know if it was TMZ just moments ago going up to that suspect, but sometimes, really, you just shouldn't get that close at all. Especially when we're talking about a potentially armed suspect. That's never a good idea to do that. Robin reaching out to me saying, police chases are a true danger. However, I can't help but find this one very funny in a way. Yeah, it just seems we're dealing with a slow-mo chase. Many of you in the chats are asking Mike, you usually come up with these hashtags for these chases, including, in the past we had a dusty chase, and because there was a lot of dust during that chase. But, if you guys are all watching right now, I would say the hashtag to use is slow-mo chase, because this is a very slow but engaging type of chase. As we've seen the vehicle stop 3 times so far Police get close, and then the joyride continues. So the people that were reaching out, I would use that hashtag slow-mo chase to follow along, because this is really just a bizarre chase. So many times we see these erratic situations where a vehicle, it looks like at any moment there's going to be a crash or someone is going to crash into them. They're running red lights. This person is stopping at every red light, using the blinker, toying with the police, telling them, come up a little bit closer to the vehicle, and then I'll start to continue. Just like here, another stop here, probably because of your red light. Very bizarre. We go, we see the police right there behind. We've seen this happen so many times. You would think in a moment, if they weren't dealing with an armed suspect, I think they would have been a little bit more aggressive at this situation. But yeah, so hard to do when talking about a gun here. All right, just hearing from our assignment desk that no further details about this situation from our sister station there in LA. All they know is that the guy is armed. So that is what we are following here for you live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream for fox10phoenix.com. Thanks so much for being part of this Fox 10 News Alert. Of the hashtag slow-mo chase edition here. Happening in LA. This happened started in West Hollywood. We've just been seeing pretty much a joyride situation of the suspect going around in circles, stopping in the middle of the streets, letting the cops catch up to them, and then continue on. And I already see some of you mentioning there on Twitter. With the hashtag is we're continuing to follow live for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Okay, now suspect is out of the. Oh, we have the police there opening the car doors. We've seen this happen. This could be the fourth time now that we've seen this. Let's see, hoping that everyone will stay safe. We see guns drawn there from the LA police here. Viewer discretion is advised, everyone. Very tense situation here. This is the fourth time this vehicle has stopped. We do have officers there out of their cars, watching very closely. You don't know what's going to happen. We're dealing with an armed suspect here. Continue to watch on here. We've been following this chase here for you for the last 25 or 30 minutes here. Viewer discretion is advised, everyone. You can see the suspect there stopped. Well, we're not sure if just stopped because of this red light situation or Will they be possibly be giving up? We don't know. Obviously, you know that the police are shouting out commands saying get out of the vehicle. It has to be very tense there for those officers as you're dealing with someone that possibly has a stolen vehicle and an armed situation. So where we are hoping that this is going to end very peacefully. And here we go. Once again, it seems like, that suspect wants to get through that intersection, but always has been very cautious from the get-go with this hashtag slow-mo chase. Continues on here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. We are following live for you. And it looks like now the suspect has that opportunity to get through that intersection. And once again, for the fourth time now, that suspect has stopped in the middle of a roadway and continues on here. This is pretty much going to go on until the suspect is going to run out of gas and they're going to be forced maybe to ditch or just give up, or who knows. But we'll continue to follow live here for you. We do have another viewer all the way from England as well. England seems to be a hot spot for our viewership as well. Glenn, thanks so much. Saying, hey, newsreader, hope you're well. From all the way in England here. Thanks so much for reaching out there, using that very popular hashtag as well. We're continuing to follow live here for you to always stay up to date. Follow us at Fox 10 News Now. And now we have another situation where the suspect is stopping at the red light. Police following in the back. Suspect waiting, has the blinker on, and continues on here on the Fox 10 News Now stream as we are continuing to provide a live feed of this situation here in LA. You just never know how these things are going to end. So many people, tell me, Mike, I see a police chase in the beginning, the middle. I always see the end. It doesn't matter if I didn't see the beginning. Maybe I come up in the middle. Maybe I come near the end. But I always see the end when we show these police chases, because it's one of those things where you just can't turn away. You don't know how it's going to end. So you're very invested. You're wondering, okay, what's going to happen next? And certainly with this situation, very different from the police chases that we've had in the past. Look at, once again, stopping here in the middle of the roadway. Now I'm going to possibly be doing a U here. And the pursuit continues. Mike Page going to be here with you until this ends. We're watching live here for you. It appears maybe from this vantage point, does it seem like the suspect is talking to someone on the phone? Brent Brent asking on Twitter here, does the Fox chopper have enough to see this through? We'll see if we'll see what lasts longer, the gas on the chopper or this vehicle. We'll see. Continue to follow live here for us. Viewer discretion is advised as we are dealing with a suspect armed here. We're hoping for the very best of a end here with a peaceful takedown. You just don't know how it's going to happen or how it's going to all break down here. Well, we're going to follow it through the end as long as we have the shot here available to us. We're watching live here. One viewer saying the police don't seem to be making such an effort to take down the suspect. And, you know, like we were saying before, you don't want to do anything that's going to be erratic towards the suspect where it'll spook them and maybe it'll get out of the car and start shooting. You just don't know. You don't want to put that many lives in danger to try to get a takedown. You'd much rather have the suspect get out of the car on their own, run and tackle them down, get them down in that way, or have them run out of gas or have them crash somewhere. But judging from this chase, it doesn't look like the suspect's going to be crashing anytime soon unless they get really erratic, because this person has been pretty much obeying all traffic laws, even using the blinker in some instances when going right or left. So we'll continue to follow here for you as we're watching. We have an audience now worldwide. Thanks to everyone. So you can see there, possible those dealer plates there on the vehicle. We've been following this here for you for the last 30 minutes. Thanks so much to everyone watching worldwide, even on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live and fox10phoenix.com. When breaking news does occur, we got you covered. Don't worry about that. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way, you'll be in the know the next time we have a police chase, pretty much in LA. That just seems where it happens a lot of the times. We have them here in Arizona, but a lot of the times here in LA, following live for you, thanks to everyone using that popular hashtag slow-mo chase and watching from all over the world right now. And once again, we've seen this now for the 5th time. This suspect stopping in the middle of the road. It's almost like I was saying, they do this to either wait for the traffic light to change, or it seems like they're egging on the police. So we'll continue to follow here live for you. You just don't know how this is going to end. One of our viewers, Trav, says, enjoying the live stream on YouTube. This is pretty bizarre, but I can't look away. I'm in it until the end. Thanks, Trav, for reaching out there. If you want to follow us live right now. Fox 10 News Now. All right, so once again, we have a situation where the suspect has stopped. We're hoping that this is going to end peacefully. just don't know. You have a car right here trying to get out as well, and they see the situation. They're alarmed. They see the police. They see the standoff. Yeah, moments ago, everyone, as well, probably about 15 minutes ago, we did see that photographer go right up to the suspect there 15 minutes ago. I'll clip that portion a little bit later today and put that on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page so you'll be able to see that. But just in case for the people that are maybe just coming in on this situation, we've been following this chase here for you for the last 40 minutes here. And this has been happening a lot now where the suspect will just stop in the middle of the roadway and then the pursuit will continue on. We've seen that even happen on the Loop 101 there as well, pretty much when this police chase started, but pretty much in the middle of the chase, a photographer at a red light just got out of his car and went right up to the vehicle and just started getting video. It was really bizarre. I mean, like, that is not something you should do ever, especially when you're dealing with a armed suspect as well. So we don't know how this is going to end, but we are continuing to follow live here for you. For constant updates, follow us on Fox 10 News Now and Fox 10 Phoenix on Twitter as well. And once again, this is the 5th time, everybody, that we've seen this suspect stop in the middle of the roadway and then says, you know what, we'll continue on here. So we'll continue to follow live here for you, as this is a suspect that is pretty much obeying all traffic signals as well. All right, once again, you see that. Let's see what's going to happen now with this situation. With the suspect stopped there. We're not sure if there could be a red light up ahead. And you can see those cars trying to get out of the way. They know what is happening, and they want to get out of the area as well. You just don't know what this person is going to be doing. So we have been told that the suspect is armed. Always just an added bit of caution there as well. Very fluid situation. We'll continue follow here live. I'm trying to get a better view of maybe what that driver is doing right now in the car here. Okay, we did see just the arm there out of the window. Okay, now it looks like they're motioning something to the helicopter. Couldn't get a look. All right, they have the hand out of the vehicle here. Okay, we have a very tense situation, everyone. Viewer discretion is advised. If something really disturbing does happen, we will pull out. And
what's interesting is you can see that traffic has stopped. Like as the chopper pans out, you can see that this suspect can't even approach that incoming intersection because police have blocked off that intersection as well.
Yes, so this could be the final end of the pursuit here. Okay, suspect now getting out. Hands are up. Okay, that's a good sign there. Samia just joining us here live for the conclusion here. I'm glad to see that the arms are up here. Very tense situation still for the police until the suspect there gets on the ground. We're going to have to get them on the ground and then cross the legs. Okay, so great job by the officers, really just staying patient. So many people in the chat, they wanted to see some action there with a takedown or some spike strips, but most of the times they just got to play it by the book and they got to wait for their opportunity. And it just seems like they did a textbook takedown here. Following live here for you. All right, so they have the takedown of the driver there. You can see how cautious they were looking at the vehicle. They didn't know maybe there could have been another person in that car there. But wow, we've been following this here for you for the last 45 minutes. We're no strangers to police chases, and they just seem to always happen there in LA. But this was one of the more bizarre ones just because of the slow process and the way the driver was really just stopping 4 to 5 times. And
Right. And for viewers tuning in that are familiar with the Southern California area, now this pursuit started, you were saying, in the Woodland Hills areas when you picked it up. It actually ended in North Hollywood, so both cities in the San Fernando Valley, but this chase ending around Sherman Way and Coldwater in the North Hollywood area of the San Fernando Valley. Wow, Mike, what an end to this chase. I know some people referring to this chase as hashtag slow-mo chase because the suspect was driving really slow.
yeah, we're driving really slow and really taking it very cautiously. And I mean, using the stop signs, using the stoplights, and
right. Typically, when we cover police chase, we refer to them as high-speed chase.
Oh yeah, and erratic, and
typically the driver is, fleeing.
Yes.
At a dangerous speed, but
this was more of a Sunday drive. Sunday stroll. Well, I'm glad though it ended very peacefully. No one was injured. Our police are safe. And the takedown of the suspect was complete there.
Right, and no one on the road, no innocent bystanders were injured in this process. A very peaceful end to this chase through the San Fernando Valley.
A live chase taking place in Southern California right now. Let's listen in to our Fox 11 team as they break down this here from Southern California.
California Highway Patrol. They do have a sheriff's helicopter above it as well. Highway Patrol was behind this vehicle for some time on the 14th freeway, but then that driver doing what we're seeing right there, some very erratic driving, 100 miles an hour plus, as he was making his way on the emergency roads, on the far sides of the road right there, and now he's making his way southbound on the 14. Olivier, he's going south on the 14. I mean, south on the 405, south on the 405. Sorry about that, guys. At any rate, they basically backed off. They said, you know what, we're just going to give it to the helicopter right now, and they're going to follow it from the air because it was too dangerous on the ground. And that's basically what's been going on. Now, the California Highway Patrol has notified other agencies of this pursuit and also letting other divisions of the California Highway Patrol know what's going on. I have to work with Olivier, my pilot, right, just real quick, just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. I'll be right back with you guys, but right now, southbound 405, we're getting very close to Rinaldi, and the next one will be the 118.
It seems like the roads are kind of empty. Yeah, I was going to say that's a good thing. They're light.
Right now at 10:47, looking at the 5 freeway there, again, the pursuit of an assault suspect. That suspect apparently going after a sheriff deputy, and that's what all sparked this I'm seeing right now. But clearly, the good thing is that there's not a lot of traffic at this point on the 5 as that vehicle is making its way, but going over 100 miles per hour at some point, and also going across the Gore Point on the freeway, just kind of moving through traffic. There was a little bit of a close call there with one car at least, but thankfully, again, not a lot of traffic at this. It seems like a bit of a reckless driving behavior here, and this is just the beginning of it. Yes, it is good that we're getting closing the road, but Stu, we always talk about it. All the people who are on the road right now are completely unaware that this is happening.
You know, it just needs one car. That's the only thing, is one person just is going to be driving down there, just doing what they should be doing, just driving along, and then this vehicle will barrel into them, and that's definitely what we don't want to see. Now, the assault on an officer is a very is a very high offense. So they're not going to let this go. That is for sure. I'm wondering though when they're going to bring some more of the LAPD or some of the other law enforcement into play right there. Again, you can see them in the emergency lane, high speed, 70 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour, as we're making our way southbound on the 405 freeway. This is a portion of the 405 where it does really kind of squeeze down, and it gets a little bit narrow down there. If you've driven this area, this is where you start losing those right lanes to kind of move you over to the left. And then of course everybody knows about the traffic if we make our way keep making our way southbound and we get over to the Silver Pass. Right now getting into the carpool lane looks a little bit better right there. Now the sheriff's department, they're still overhead. LAPD, they might be joining this here momentarily. And again, Skyfox working to kind of keep up with this right now, but it's working its way southbound on the 405. We're definitely in the North Hills area right now. And again, assault on a police officer, they're not going to let this go. That driver driving very erratically. We saw a couple of weird moves right there. And every time they get into those emergency lanes, I always think to myself, I'm the guy that gets into an emergency lane just for a second, maybe to make a phone call, and I pick up a nail. These guys seem to drive in them all the time, and we never seem to be that lucky.
Yeah, such a dangerous situation, Stu, as we're watching right now on the 405. At this point, where he's going, changing lanes right there. Exiting a little wider shot. Getting off.
You got heavy traffic down there as well. You can see right there, you got a lot of stopped vehicles. Now, there is no law enforcement directly behind him right now. To see we're going to keep an eye on him to see the desperate move. Meaning, is he going to try to drive off the road there, trying to push his way through the foliage, keeping his pushing, and thank goodness he isn't hitting anybody. But you just got to kind of wonder. You're sitting down there in traffic right now, and you're thinking to yourself, what is this guy doing? Somebody's got to, what is going on here? Making his way across and just getting back onto the 405. This is very erratic behavior indeed. And of course, the 405, we all know this is really high of traffic. You got California Highway Patrol right there. You're wondering, this guy's definitely going to engage. We are going to be listening right there. But at least the public's going to have heads up. There's going to be lights and sirens. Now, that's going to be, I believe that's going to be West Valley. That's going to be a portion of West Valley California Highway Patrol. And you can see him making his way over there. And this driver, the fact that he somehow injured a deputy earlier on,
shows the desperation or the mindset of that person behind the wheel. This is going to be one of the ones when it comes to an end. How it ends is going to be very, very crucial. Hopefully nobody gets hurt, not even that suspect.
And it's interesting that this driver chose to exit almost like they knew what they were doing, right? Because you don't exit randomly.
Right.
They decided to jump back on because for whatever reason, I mean, he or she, whatever whoever this driver is, was making it, its way past the kind of the clock situation there by the exit. We always talk about how oftentimes these pursuit suspects go to areas that they are familiar with, and we can't really speculate what is behind the mind of this driver, but it was just strange to exit and then enter once again right away.
Definitely, and it was very unusual. And you saw the desperation of that driver driving through the foliage, going off road there. I was kind of a little bit hoping that that vehicle might get stuck and it would just kind of come to an end, or at least into some sort of foot pursuit. But this driver got lucky, made his way through there, and then that California Highway Patrol, I would venture to say, was sitting there making sure people getting on the freeway use the carpool lane when they are using the carpool lane. Looks like they backed off again, and they're just doing surveillance right now. And this is very unusual. You think that at least they'd have lights and sirens, or that one vehicle would stay behind it. But you got getting really up in the speeds right there. You can see how they're passing the other vehicles. This is an area where there is a lot of traffic. We're coming up on Sherman Way. That's usually when you start getting on the brakes out here for the 405 freeway. I'm trying to get the Skyfox maybe in a little bit of a better spot right there. I'm having a little trouble getting my pilot's attention right now. But you can see that vehicle continuing on, and unusually light this morning. If you were a commuter right now, you'd probably be sitting in traffic with you or I making our way. I believe that's going to be Burbank. Just going to get a little wider. I promise I won't lose the car. But yeah, we're coming up on Burbank right there. So this is usually where they're hard on the brakes. And this morning, we got super Monday light traffic. This suspect, very lucky so far. Hopefully nobody gets injured. Hopefully no civilians get injured. But this pursuit continues as we're making our way southbound on the 405 freeway, Sherman Oaks area. He's got the 101, but we'll figure out which way he goes here in just a moment.
This is the modern urban experience.
As you just see, the coverage kind of losing it there, as we also have this live feed up out of Los Angeles as well of this pursuit still going on. The feed for Fox 11 going down, but we're going to put up this chase one more time here live now from Fox. As you can see this taking place there on the highway. As we get it back, let's go right back out to our Fox 11 team as they continue to cover this from
the 405, as he was mentioning, and it's interesting because that suspect did pass the CHP officer, and we don't see those lights and sirens as he was mentioning. So clearly they're monitoring this, but from a distance, right, Stu? There's another one, a black and white right there, but not taking off, going after the suspect.
Not taking off. They're doing the surveillance right now, and it is public. It's public safety is what the biggest concern is. And I've said this 100 times in the past. I could not be that person to make those decisions, because it really is one of those ones where if this suspect does something now, it creates an incident, and if there's injuries, they're going to look at law enforcement and say, well, why weren't you behind it? And if they are behind it, they're going to look at law enforcement and say, why were you chasing them? So it really is a no-win for these officers, but they have such a difficult job, and public safety is number one on their agenda. I can tell you the speeds have really slowed down a little bit up here as we're making our way climbing up the Sepulveda Pass. Again, I'm just shocked at the lack of traffic out here today. As you can see it right there, they're just, there's almost no vehicles on the roadway, and I've got to really work with my pilot right now, Olivier, to get him to stay in an area where we can keep an eye on that actual vehicle itself.
Yeah, it is really strange how there aren't many cars on the road. I mean, thankfully, because this suspect seems to be speeding, making his or her way through your lanes, and it gives this person a bit of a leeway, I guess, to drive a bit erratically, and not have to worry about the putting other people at harm's way. So let's just back up for a moment, and for those who are just maybe joining us right now, Stu, why don't you tell us again
Yes.
when this began, how long it's been going?
Okay, can we move a little bit maybe to the west, to the east? Yeah, isn't that what the TFR is?
All right, as Stu is resetting with his pilot, we can just mention that we are getting word from a spokesperson, a deputy at the Sheriff's Department, who says that this pursuit started when a deputy almost got his foot run over by this suspect. So, again, when you're in that situation, they're not taking this lightly. That is an assault against a peace officer, as Stu was mentioning. And now you see this erratic driving from this assault suspect as this driver is making its way down the 405, and as he's hitting more traffic going on those emergency lanes and off to the shoulder of the freeway to try to get ahead of all this traffic. But clearly it is a very dangerous situation with high rates of speed. We've been monitoring, Stu. And what are you seeing so far in terms of the behavior as you are getting your shot fixed from Skyfox?
Well, I have a couple of things that we have to mention. Our vice president is in town today. If folks don't know that, she does live in the Westwood area, and that actually is giving us a TFR, a flight restriction area, and that's creating a little bit of an issue right now. I'm going to try to work with Olivier, and we're going to try to keep an eye on this thing and maybe make it, and this is what we're worried about right there. If we could maybe make our way a little bit farther south, Olivier, and then maybe pick it up on the 405 a little bit farther south. But right now, that's the end of that for this moment because of the vice presidential TFR. Kamala is Vice President Harris is staying in the Westwood area, so we are kind of limited on where we can fly. So we're going to try to make our way around this invisible lane and try to pick it up a little bit farther south. Sorry about this, guys.
No apologies there. Obviously, you're restricted in terms of where you could fly, and that flight restriction because of the vice president's appearance in town. She will be leaving the LA area later this afternoon after a conference about climate change or green energy, and she is in town for that. But again, you've been watching the pursuit of an assault suspect wanted for allegedly running over the foot of a deputy who was on a traffic stop. And there you see the suspect. He made his way down the 405 freeway out of the valley. It seems like, and it also looks like Skyfox is encountering a lot of fog there, at least from our shot right now, but trying to get around the flight restrictions that are in place because of the vice president's visit.
Maybe not so topical.
Following a police chase in Southern California. Let's get right back out to it as they had to navigate around a warning there that they couldn't fly over. So let's get back out to our Fox 11 team as they continue to make
that effort, and it came down the 14th freeway. Getting off the freeway there in Wilshire Boulevard, and you can see this vehicle still moving very, very quickly, and basically running from nobody. That's kind of the big issue right now. There are no law enforcement behind it. There is a helicopter in the air, and I'm kind of like bouncing back and forth on, is that helicopter actually still there? There is a TFR for our vice president. She is in town right now, and so we're not able to, look at this, just getting out of the car and getting back in the car. California Highway Patrol, they basically were told, they were basically told if he gives up, they can take him into custody. Isn't that the most strangest thing you've ever heard? And if he runs, they're told to not pursue him. But it does look like it is coming to an end right there, right at the end of the Wilshire off-ramp, off the 405 freeway. That vehicle stopping on his own, and the windows are down, hands are out. I would venture to say this is coming to an end.
Yeah, it all started with a traffic stop, as you mentioned, in the Antelope Valley, and apparently this driver allegedly ran over the foot of a deputy there and then took off. So that's what we've been following so far. Ending right here, hopefully, calmly and without injury right now. But yeah, the driver just coming to a stop right in the middle of the road right there on Wilshire.
And you saw that vehicle behind this driver stopped, confused, didn't know what to do. Once all of the police cars approached, that vehicle reversed and got out of that situation very wisely. But that driver must have been very confused.
Oh, you just got to wonder. It's like when something was, it's quick action like that, very fluid situation. Whatever that driver did, it looks like they backed up maybe by the orders of law enforcement. But right now, we can kind of tell what's going on. It looks like there's a lot of conversation. I'm sure this suspect has a lot of weapons drawn on them. We know what it was all about. We know that it was, that this suspect drove over the foot of a deputy. It sounds like nothing, but it is still qualifies as assault on an officer. A lot of these officers from California Highway Patrol, they might not have that exact information. All they know was an assault on one of their fellow brethren. So they're going to take this extremely, extremely seriously, and it is a very serious offense. But right now, though, there's a lot of conversation. They've got this guy out. He is following the directions, and as it stands right now, it looks like they're just going to take him into custody. But this pursuit coming to an end out here, and in the Wilshire, and we watched it. It's just was for this driver to just stop like that in the middle of the road is very unusual. After making all those insane driving moves, to just a few that we saw, but he was going 100 miles an hour on the emergency lane at one point. So very, very dangerous situation now coming to an end with that suspect going into custody.
Wow. All right. Well, the best case scenario right there. And again, no one got hurt. No other vehicles were hit. So this is the end. And it looks like they want to clear that car, right, to make sure that nothing or nobody else is inside that SUV. So there you see the deputy surrounding the suspect's vehicle right there, because of course their concern right now is to clear that vehicle. We're gonna watch as they do that. You can't, as we watch this, nothing is a slam dunk, right? You have to take all of the necessary precautions. You just never know what can happen, and they're unaware of, again, someone could be in there. You just never know. So you have to do this process step by step.
Yeah, and they follow their process, and they do what they need to do and what they're trained to do. You can see that last door open back there. We can't really see it, but the official code 4 there that officer put up his hand with, showing it was hard to tell, but I'm telling you, he has 4 fingers up, and he did the code 4. So this definitely coming to an end out here. A lot of folks on Wilshire Boulevard probably going, what was that all about? But that vehicle definitely, if it's through the roadway, they'll clear it out, they'll move it over, but that suspect in custody from Antelope Valley down to the Wilshire area was delayed. It was a quick ride, very scary, probably scared a lot of folks this morning. But right now, in custody.
Picture live overhead in Los Angeles of this police chase here. Looks like it is somewhat. Oh no, it continues. Here we go. Hit maneuver. There we go. And the driver now almost encircled by squad cars there, and he keeps running into them. This is live. All right, we're going to hear now from Fox 11's Stu Modell in the chopper. Let's listen.
Red 20 is also there. Cell phone down. That's another thing. All the law enforcement, they do not want to see that. Of course, you don't want to see anything like that. There's a spike strip right there. Now, did he hit it? That's a tough one. I was actually looking at something else, but maybe some of our viewers will get a better view, or maybe you even, Roxy, saw if he hit it. But of course, law enforcement, they want to keep the public safe and want these.
Okay, so it looks like he got away there. Stu Modell still narrating from the chopper, skybox overhead. Let's listen in to our Fox 11 Los Angeles.
I'm curious to see if that spike, if that front tire or that rear tire on the driver's side caught that spike strip.
Are we at a signal light right now because the vehicle stopped again? Yes. Okay, it's very interesting to me to see this because for moments it seems like it's calm. He's obeying all of the signals, and then we just saw something like this where he completely did the opposite of what we were expecting. What is in the back of that truck? I can't tell. What's in the back of that pickup?
Is that wood? Yeah, it looks like logs or stumps. Okay. There you go, using some of the power of Skyfox right there. Yeah, it looks like just some wood, some stumps, adds a little weight to it. But you know what? That's also some great catch there, Roxy. If that tailgate pops open and those start falling out, that could create a lot of damage for anybody that's right behind that vehicle, be it law enforcement and or any of those civilians. Those things weigh a good amount of weight, and then of course rolling around on the road, if somebody doesn't see it, that could create some problems. Right now, though, you can see that driver. It looks like I'm not going to get too into what the kids do, but it almost looks like he's inhaling nitrous.
Yes.
There we go. That caught me off guard, that's for sure. And this guy is inhaling nitrous and driving around down there. This is just insanity. And of course, this is probably
look at all of the officers. Look at all of the officers.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get stuck there on that center divider. Yeah, all those deputies out there, and that's probably one of the reasons why they re-engaged that pursuit. You know, this driver, we just clearly saw, we believe what he's doing in there could have been helium for all we know, but chances are that was some nitrous. So this driver, very impaired while driving out here. The deputies from the Compton area chasing him, and again, right now in a very I'm just looking at the streets. I was just wondering if this was a neighborhood that I knew. We're in the Compton neighborhoods out here, but you can see that vehicle making his way a little slower now. But definitely, this is something that's so dangerous. That driver, yes, he is stopping for those lights, but you can clearly impair it this afternoon, and these deputies working just to bring this to an end safely.
Yeah, it is quite deceiving because, as you point out, you see him complying in certain traffic situations, and you think, okay, he is using good judgment, if you can call it that. But then obviously you see moments like this where, first of all, he's a DUI driver. That's why police are after him. And if he is indeed inhaling nitrous, whatever he's doing with that balloon in the front seat of his vehicle, obviously his judgment and his actions are going to be compromised. And this is very worrisome because now we're talking about him being in what looks like a neighborhood, and you just don't know who could be out there walking their dog. Maybe some kids could even be out there playing. This is very concerning.
Very concerning indeed, but at least he's driving a little bit slower. That's if there is a positive, but still, even if you're driving slower and you're that type of impaired, you just don't know what's going to happen. And you can clearly see that driver with that balloon right there. For all we know, he's not, but it definitely looks like, that's the only thing we can say right now, it looks like he's inhaling nitrous as he's driving through this Compton neighborhood. You can see the streets right there, Poplar, Oleander, and moving a little bit slower. Maybe I'll bring up the speedometer for folks if they okay that, so bring it up to get an idea. But you know, even at 20 miles an hour, even at 10 miles an hour, if he strikes a child or a person that might just, like you said, just out for a walk or walk crossing the street, it still could be lethal. So even though he's driving a little bit slower, following some of these some of the law enforcement, street traffic enforcement, excuse me, I can't get my words out. But you can see it right there. They basically have backed off. They have not backed off because my scanner kind of got quiet there for a moment. But this pursuit definitely continuing. We got some pedestrians just crossing the street right there. Thank goodness he didn't make that turn.
So, Stu, this you said began in the Carson, Compton area. It looks like we're still in that vicinity, that area still. Call has come in as far as you know, a reckless DUI driver, and this is where we are right now. He hasn't really left the neighborhood of where this began, and it does appear that he is alone in that vehicle.
It definitely seems to be alone inside that vehicle. Definitely hasn't really left the neighborhood. And also, the speeds really haven't gotten up to anything really that we would call dangerous. He's actually been staying pretty much within the speed limit, unless they spin him around and he tears out of there. But he did strike a deputy's vehicle. That is going to be a huge issue for that driver. And then, of course, all this felony fleeing, that is also going to be a problem. Right now, though, that deputy, I'm trying to see if that's the same number. I believe that is the same vehicle that has been doing the pit maneuver. So perhaps they'll try it again, but it seems like it's pretty unsuccessful with that pickup truck. it does. He's been very successful in doing the maneuver, but that vehicle just continues to drive, even though he spins it around. They tried to block it in a moment or two ago, and this is probably where it's going to come to an end because it's behind a tree. Olivier, again, he's going to try to move Skyfox around right now, but it does seem like for some reason he did come to a stop right there. But he has played cat and mouse. There he goes. Many times in the past, I was wondering if that was what was going to happen, because that is really what got our attention. We were listening to it at Van Nuys. He stopped, and then he would go, and then he would stop, and then he would go. So he's been doing that pretty much the entire time that deputies have been behind that vehicle, playing that same game again right now. So, how are they going to bring this to an end? This would be a good opportunity to try to bring those spikes. Oh, it's a dead-end street. I didn't even hear that, but it does seem like some of those pylons are missing. So, and it might be a little deceiving right there, where if there's a wall or a fence, oh, that's the wash. So he is kind of stuck right there. He might be able to make his way along that bike path. Hopefully he doesn't. But this is an interesting situation for sure. And again, deputies have their weapons out. They're not here. They're not goofing around. And that driver clearly impaired this afternoon. But right now, really doesn't have much of a choice of where he can go. So we're going to keep an eye on this for sure.
Well, and also something to take into consideration is we don't know if this individual is armed. We have absolutely no idea, and neither does law enforcement. This is why they're keeping their distance. This is why they're now also approaching with their guns drawn. So we have to just wait and see what the next move is, if he will indeed open that door and follow the instructions and come out with his arms raised, or what he decides to do. It's quite problematic, of course, when you have someone who isn't making the best decisions under the circumstances of being driving under the influence, as police believe he is, and as we've witnessed him with that balloon and what we assume perhaps is nitrous.
That's right. Very defiant indeed. And now you have a dog just on the loose out there walking along Compton, very much a neighborhood. And right there, you can see there is a ton. I don't know. I don't think he's got really any place to go. This right now is a little bit of a standoff. Maybe that driver's just trying to use up the last of whatever he has to get intoxicated with. The window is definitely coming down. Let's take a peek and see what he's doing. Hopefully, there you go. That is clearly the actions of a very intoxicated person in that driver's seat, looking up at us right there. The deputies, though, they are not goofing around. They are definitely not playing. You have deputies over here, their weapons out. All the deputies that were behind him right now, you can see they're kind of they are all amassing. And another spike, though. Okay, so we're going to bring the spike strip out just in case this driver tries to wiggle his way out of here, but there really isn't any place for him to go. That fall off of there, that could be lethal, and we don't want to see that. We don't want to see that suspect injured. But right now, these deputies, they've got this car wedged in. That pursuit suspect not getting out of that vehicle, and my guess, that's California Highway Patrol airship overhead. My guess is that he might just want to. He's probably just going to sit in there and wait this out, use up whatever he has to get intoxicated, and then make a decision about coming out of that vehicle.
We also don't know if they're in touch with this individual as far as maybe negotiating with him, maybe have his phone number, they're talking to him. We have no idea.
No, that we don't at all, Roxy. Though the law enforcement, they have so many tricks up their sleeves. Their bag of tricks seems to be endless. They're moving that vehicle. Now, they're not going to push him off that edge. They're just going to kind of wedge him in there so he can't back out or possibly get some speed and injure a deputy. So that's one of the reasons why they're just putting that vehicle right up against that bumper, and just to keep that vehicle from moving in any type of way. They might just make their way over there, open up that door, and try to take that suspect into custody. We saw that early. We saw that about a week ago. I was actually shocked at how quickly those deputies just kind of made a plan and then just put it into action. Right now, though, you can see that window down again. Definite movement inside that car. he's expressing his he's talking to the officers right now. You can see he's a little upset. They're already shooting the pepper balls at him. The law, as far as law enforcement goes, the deputies, those are all. That's all pepper balls. That's all pepper balls. But they have to break that rear window to get that to actually get that guy and be effective. Sometimes they'll shoot what they call the 40 millimeter, which is basically a big slug or a big sandbag, just to break that window. That tint right there is not allowing those pepper balls to make their way into that car. But you can see that window's open. These deputies very aggressive. They want to get this guy into custody, and it really truly. One of the reasons might be they don't want to see him do something dumb like try to drive away and fall into that wash. That's probably a good 15, 20 feet. That could be lethal. So right now they're just they're starting their negotiations, but we already saw them shoot some pepper balls at him. So hopefully that's going to be enough to get that guy out of the car and they can take him into custody.
Right. We do see him putting his hands out off and on, but we don't know if he's just trying to communicate something. See, like right now, what is he doing right now?
That's a good question, Roxy. I was wondering what he was doing like 5-10 minutes ago when he was driving around and hitting deputies' vehicles. It does seem like a portion of that rear window broken. I don't know what he just tossed out there. Oh, he tossed out a piece of glass. There is a center window right there. I don't know if you can really make that out. That was the tint held the glass together and he just tossed it out of the car. But this is an opportunity for them to shoot those pepper balls into that vehicle, into the cab. I believe they're doing it right now, and that may be enough of an irritant to get that guy out of that car. And once he's out, then they can take him into custody.
And just to be clear, Stu, this is not a stolen vehicle. This may be very well his own vehicle. All we know is this was a pursuit that began because of a reckless DUI driver.
That's the same information we're getting up here, Roxy, 100%. And that driver, they did do a couple of pit maneuvers. That pickup truck spun around. I thought for sure it was going to get stuck on that center divider. But I have to really hand it to these deputies out here. They're not. And I think one of the reasons why they're not basically playing that waiting game with that suspect is because they're afraid that he is going to injure himself by trying to move forward at some point. We don't know how intoxicated that driver is. It does look like he put up that side window, which may be a big plus for the deputies, because if they start shooting some more of those pepper balls, now that gas is going to stay inside that vehicle. Now clearly smoking something in there. So this driver trying to use up whatever he has inside that vehicle to get intoxicated probably before he goes into custody, because he's probably going to be in custody for some time.
And it looks like, Stu, we are at in a neighborhood, right? These are homes surrounding this vehicle.
Definitely. Yes. This is going to be in the Compton neighborhood. Poplar and Wilmington is the major. The Wilmington is probably going to be on the right side of the screen right there. And you can see the number of deputies that made their way behind that vehicle. And it is. He ran out of roadway right there. And there's no place for that car to go. And I have a feeling that suspect is just going to be in that vehicle for the next couple of minutes, getting intoxicated. And then hopefully just going to be letting himself out of that truck and then going into custody. But I have to wonder if they are just waiting to get some more of those pepper balls, as it would be, to shoot through that hole they have now in the window, and that might be effective now because he has the side windows up, so that powder will stay inside that cab.
So you've covered so many of these, but just for people watching this and wondering, well, why don't they just approach the vehicle and end this? Why just stand around and wait for what happens next? Why give him the option of when he decides he feels like coming out of the vehicle? What's your explanation for that?
Well, the explanation for that is always the same. It's safety. It is all about safety. Like you said, we don't know if that suspect is armed. He still is in control of that vehicle, which could be a deadly weapon. In this case, he's actually right at the edge of a wash with about a 20-foot drop. And the suspect's safety is also a concern for all law enforcement. So right now, if they would approach that vehicle, let's say they would just kind of run up, open up that door.
Okay, Andrew Kraft back here. Excellent narration there overhead of this now standoff scene with this suspected DUI driver there in Compton in LA County. But like I said, excellent narration by Stu Mundell. Like I said, this is a standoff situation now. We showed you bits and pieces of the pursuit itself, and there were several kind of stops and starts, a couple pit maneuvers, failed ones, might I add. So it looks like officers there, they have their weapons drawn, they're communicating with this suspect. We've got to step away from this right now. There are a lot more stories left to get to. If this is still ongoing, we'll definitely take you back out. So before we go, take a look. That was the first pit maneuver. It failed. And so this suspected DUI driver was not giving up, and then he ran into that dead end there. That's where police now have been cornered.
Well, that it's not just about keeping people safe, it's also about the safety of the suspect, believe it or not. Let's see what they'll do. Another one. There it goes.
Another one. Yep, another one just tossing it in there. He
just tossed it out. Yeah.
Yeah, he just tossed it out, and here comes some more pepper balls. He got some in his eyes. You saw that one right there. It bounced off the windshield. So it's just how much longer can you put up with that?
How much can you tolerate? Right.
Yeah, just give up. Just give up. Just getting out. Maybe he's getting out. Let's see. Maybe he's just trying to get some fresh air. But let's see what happens here. Let's see what happens here. I don't want to get off the super double, but I want to get a cleaner shot. Doing what he's doing right there, I don't think is going to be helpful. I think that's just rubbing it more into his eyes. But that's what it's designed for. You can see some of those deputies. I guess they're talking about how they're going to get this guy into custody. He's still not out of the car. And even if they open up that door, what's going to happen then? So just keep an eye on this. But what a bizarre ending to a chase that could have gone so wrong. I'm just happy that it seems like it's so far. It's coming to a textbook end almost. He's rolling up the windows. Why? Just go into custody, dude. Come on.
Yeah, interesting. They approached him now from the other side of the car, right? The driver's side. They tried to speak with him, but it seems like he was not interested.
Yeah, clearly he's not interested. Now he's got his hands up again. So that was kind of his thing earlier on too. It was very cat and mouse. He stopped. He let the deputies get close, and then he drove off. He would stop. So maybe he's kind of playing that same game. He's like, I give up, and then they come over there, and he's like, no, I don't.
Very bizarre. Very bizarre. It doesn't seem like he's speaking, though. It seems like he's just getting fresh air.
Just getting some fresh air. Yeah, earlier on, he was definitely yelling at the deputies. Where I saw, here's some more pepper balls. And also you got to see they're not shooting them at him,
right?
Per se, they're shooting it into the car. What we just saw right there was one of the helicopters. I don't know if it was California Air Patrol, the sheriff's department, but that's what just zipped by the screen. But yeah, you can see him. He's just trying to get some air right there. I don't know if this would be a good time maybe to use like a taser, which I think that the sheriff's department are using less of, or possibly even like what they would call a sandbag or rubber bullets. But as long as he can retreat inside that vehicle, I think they're going to stay away from all of that. They want him out of that vehicle and in a place where they can take him into custody.
It's just this waiting game, the waiting game to see if he's going to make the right decision, come out of that vehicle and end this once and for all. We all know how this is going to end. He's not getting away. That much is clear. We've definitely covered pursuits where the suspect has gotten away, but in this case, it looks like he will be taken into custody one way or another.
That's right, Roxy. And you have a number of deputies out there. You can see a number of those deputies, and they're all down there to help him make that right decision, and sooner than later. I'm just kind of wondering if what they're thinking about right now. This guy right here, I'm wondering what that's all about. That's some heavy artillery. But you know what? That also might be a BB gun. Yes, you can see the yellow stock. So that weapon is basically they're using that to break some more windows so that they can get some more gas in there. And that seems to be their plan, is just to keep pumping that gas in there until they get this guy out. But he has been pretty resilient, and with the amount of vaping that he's doing and the amount of smoking that he's got going on, maybe the gas or maybe that pepper or that powder is just not as effective because he's so inebriated. But you can see that right there, that deputy, that one, that's the pepper ball gun. Folks at home can kind of see what it looks like. We'll keep an eye on him. We'll see if he uses that. But they're not going to shoot it at him. They're going to shoot it around him or try to get those pepper balls into the cab of that vehicle, not actually striking that suspect. And every time you see like a yellow or a green stock for the law enforcement, those are going to be less than lethal weapons. So you can see that they've got a lot of less than lethal out. I'm sure some of the other deputies have their sidearms available just in case that, like you said, we still don't really know. That suspect could reach under a seat and pull out a gun. Hopefully that's not what's going to happen. But right now, law enforcement, they're doing what they can to get this guy out of the car and into cuffs safely.
Stu, I'm glad you're explaining just the way this works with the pepper balls and just the tactics that they're using, because this one is a little rare in how we're watching it hopefully come to an end soon and as peaceful of a manner as possible. But it's interesting that you do say perhaps because he's inebriated, he is able to tolerate everything that they're throwing at him, because it does seem like someone who was just sitting there without the alcohol and whatever else is in the system would not be able to tolerate all that. It would be quite irritating.
That stuff is supposedly extremely irritable, and we've seen it in the past where they've launched a couple of those pepper balls into a car, and you see see that suspect jump out like they sent in a jar full of bees. But in a lot of other and this is the thing too, every time they seem to approach, especially on the driver's side, he starts to roll up that window. I wonder if what their plan is to try to break that window. Next time he rolls it up so that he won't be able to roll it back up again. You can see the deputies making their approach, trying to get the shot where you can see that suspect as well. But there he goes. He's rolling up that window. Yeah, that's old school. You see it right there?
Yeah.
That's not electric. He's got a crank. So, this is what they're worried about. This is it. This is what they've been so worried about. And his behavior right now is not what we want to see at all. This is what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Just got his foot on the gas there. We got that thing, and that tire will blow after a little bit. It's going to put out a lot of smoke, and then it's just gonna pop, and that could create some problems as well. If that rubber starts flying, a deputy might get injured. But it kind of shows you though how solid the cruisers are. But if this guy puts this thing in drive, this could end very, very poorly.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to push his way back. Not much success at this point.
No. And look at it, deputies are doubling it up. They got another cruiser. So they got two cars right behind that Ford pickup truck right there. So it's not going to go anywhere. Those tires are going to start getting hot. And like I said, that they could pop. I know it. I've seen it in the past. But it does seem like he's kind of just, he's realizing it's not going anywhere. Just making a lot of noise, being just being a knucklehead. That's all he's doing right now. He's creating more problems when he could just easily just go into custody. I'm just worried that he might be so inebriated he just pops that thing into drive and launches himself into the wash. I just don't want to see that happen.
Well, I mean, he could also, it looks like he could maybe go to the right. I don't know how far he would get. He would probably get stuck right there. I think he hasn't attempted to come out of his car and just make a run for it at this point.
Running is it almost falls under exercise, and this gentleman right here doesn't seem like he gets much exercise, so I think that's off his list of things to do. He just was going to kind of hang out there, again, with some sort of vape. You can see him pointing to the officers. So we're just going to keep an eye on what's going on. And again, at least he stopped hitting the gas. As long as we see those reverse lights on, you know that that vehicle's still in gear. And clearly, he still has the keys. So all these things, these are definitely. There you go. Just put it back in the park. These are things that the deputies are aware of. They have to deal with. These are parts of the fluid situation, as it would be, that where they're going to have to make these decisions on how they're going to handle the suspect and get him into custody without injury. And that was an unusual turn of events, but it kind of shows you how aggressive this guy is. Now tossing more stuff out. He seems to be running out of things to inhale inside that vehicle. So possibly, maybe he'll make that decision here shortly. But that aggressive move is definitely going to change the plans that any of these deputies had to take that guy into custody.
Right, you do see that they have backed off. It seemed for a moment that they were maybe going to approach the vehicle and act upon something, some kind of plan they had, but it looks like because of his behavior now they're trying to figure out what to do next. Watching him, you're thinking the longer this takes, the more things you attempt to do, the worse it's going to be for you, because everything is adding up on that rap sheet.
Definitely. We've heard other law enforcement say that, they just go for the big ones. But a lot of times it is exactly what you say, Roxy, and there is somebody that literally is like, oh, and then he did this, and oh, and then he did that, and they write all this stuff down, and it does add up. And depending upon what this suspect has already against him, if he has anything against him already, that's going to add to it when he has his moment in front of a judge in court. And right now, though, that's there's some more pepper balls. There are more of them coming, and he just keeps leaning out of the car. That seems to be a smart move. I wonder if the deputies could get there quick enough, and then maybe as he leans out, help him out the window a little bit. But right now, it seems like they still want to let him make that decision on his own. And you can see he's trying to get some fresh air right there. But these deputies, if they bring the dog, that things might change pretty quick, I would guess.
Yeah, that's a good point. When do they make that call? Do we know?
They may have already made that call. The canine units are not always right nearby. Canine might have to make his way from a different division or a different area, as it would be for the deputies. So that might be part of it. But this is probably something that is on their list. And if this goes on much, much longer, they might get SCV in here, the Special Tactics units, their version of SWAT. And they might come up with something very quickly and just get this guy into custody. But right now, he just got a stubborn guy, won't get out of the truck, and he's got no place to go. But the deputies want him to. They have a place for him to go, but we just have to get him there. That's the problem.
For those who are maybe just joining and wondering what is going on, the time is 1:33, and we did cut into regular scheduled programming to bring you this. This was a reckless DUI driver pursuit. We've been on this since, I would say, 12:55, but it began a little bit before that. So basically, this driver in Compton, it began in Compton, stayed in the Compton area, refused to stop. It was relatively a slow pursuit, but he was driving recklessly, at times obeying the signal lights, at times not. Several pit maneuvers were made. Two of them we witnessed on the air. One of them, Stu said, had happened prior to us bringing this coverage to you. So at least 3 pit maneuvers, which failed. And he did get away, but ended up coming into this neighborhood and getting stuck right there where he doesn't have much option unless he wants to get out of the vehicle and just end this. But this is where we are. They've shot several rounds of pepper balls into the vehicle. They've attempted to, I think, speak with him from afar, of course. He's refusing to come out. We did witness him inhaling what we're assuming may be nitrous from a balloon as he was behind that vehicle, and even
when he came to a stop. He seems to be smoking some kind of a vaping device, perhaps. Just doing everything possible not to exit the vehicle, sticking his head out of that window. There you see him smoking right there, as I say. Sticking his head out that window for fresh air because that car is filling up with that gas. You see the deputies once again, it looks like, trying to approach him, and as they do that, he's once again trying to back up. Stu, this is the second time he's tried to do this, but those police cruisers are pretty steady. They're not moving.
Yeah, those police cruisers are not going to be going anywhere, and I think he's just kind of doing that to keep those deputies away from the vehicle. They are doing the right thing when that starts happening. They just kind of back off. I'm just curious to see if he does lose a tire, what's gonna happen after that. If he keeps hammering it like that, those tires are going to get hot eventually, and he's tearing into that rubber. So, and not that we're concerned about his tire wear, we're concerned about that tire exploding under the pressure and the heat, which we have seen in the past. So right now, the deputies, they're going to stay there. Every time they seem to approach, he puts that thing in reverse, and that kind of pushes them back, which is sad in itself. But again, the law enforcement, they have to work within a certain parameter, and safety is the biggest one. And they have to keep their deputies safe, and they have to keep that suspect safe as well.
The waiting continues, Stu. The wait continues. What time did this pursuit begin? I know we came on the air about 12:55 or so, but it happened a little bit after 12:30. Is that right? Stu's probably getting some information right now. We'll let him get that information before he continues to fill us in on what's going on. But there you see all of the deputies, the number of police cruisers there behind this vehicle, trying to decide what to do next.
Got you guys. Yeah, they are definitely trying to figure out what they're going to do next down there, and they are making plans. These deputies aren't just biding their time down there, and we've actually seen them being very aggressive to try to get that suspect out of that vehicle in a safe way. They still have some pepper balls. They still have some CS gas. Now it is just how are they going to get that deliver that into the cab of that truck in a safe manner. So they can't just walk up to it, because it seems like every time they try to do that now, he puts it in reverse, starts revving that engine, and again, safety. They have to be safe. So they're kind of at an arm's length, as it would be. But at some point, this suspect is going to have to give up. He's going to go into cuffs. There's really very little that can happen. You can see some of those deputies, they've got those spike strips. I don't know if that's their plan. Maybe they're thinking to throw those spike strips under that tire to help flatten it. They're making their move again. I'm going to stay a little wider, not that it's for the suspects, but it's just because every time we seem to go in tight like that, the picture gets a little degraded, and then we have those other issues. But maybe that's what they were doing. Maybe they just wanted to toss those spike strips there just in case that vehicle pushes those cruisers out of the way. I haven't even seen those cars move, Roxy, have you?
No, I haven't. I've been watching, but no, I haven't. I was just thinking about the other parked vehicles there on that street, thinking about if I'm the owner of one of those vehicles. I'm watching this thing closely as well, and really regretting parking where I've parked.
Yeah, that would be something to see if you see some of these homeowners making their way out to their cars and being like, "Excuse me, I'm going to take my car out of here."
Yeah.
I don't think that's gonna happen right now. But it is really curious. These deputies, they are relentless, and you really got to give them their gold star and their one-ups for this, because look at that, now making that approach again, and this time not worried about
to the window.
any of that.
Right up to the
Yeah,
window.
right through, and there he goes. He just kind of tossed it out the other side. But you saw also those deputies where they threw those spike strips down. So they are concerned that this guy might be able to get free. So we'll see what happens now in the next minute or two if those spike strips get sucked underneath the tire, and if they make those tires go flat. Sorry about that again. But you can see these guys, they've got a plan. They're trying to get this guy just to give up. Right now, I'd like to see him give up as well. But it seems to continue on. He's now trying to get some more fresh air. But you got to wonder if you spray that stuff like right on him when they throw those containers in there, some of that got like onto his shirt or onto his face. That it's just got to be beyond irritable. And we can't really see it. But I wonder if he's starting to water up. If his eyes are starting to burn, they've got to be. I mean, my gosh, my eyes are almost burning just watching what's going on up here.
Yeah, he's able to tolerate quite an awful lot. It seems like no matter what they do, he just keeps going. He's very stubborn. But you know what I noticed in this most recent approach by the officers? Do you see how they came at a wider angle? They actually kind of went around the other car and made their way over rather than right up against the police cruiser up to the truck.
Definitely, and I think that was probably to get his attention or try to draw his attention to them so those other deputies could put those spike strips underneath the wheel. That might have been the plan right there, or it might have just been the safest way to approach that vehicle. Like I said, if he's flooring it and those tires are spinning, you just don't want that tire to explode, and it could really cause some injury. And again, it's all about safety. I can't say it enough. But you can see him out there, trying to make conversation with some of these deputies. In the end, he's going to go into custody. It's just a matter of when. And right now, it's like, how are you going to get? He's probably thinking, hey, I got the one up on these guys. That's not going to come out of my car. But he's got to at some point.
I mean, they've got, I don't want to say they've got all the time in the world, but at this point, they'll wait for him to get out of the car or be forced out of that car. He's not going anywhere. It's pretty clear he's not getting away. So he's just killing time at this point, and just wasting a lot of resources and energy.
Definitely, and of course we've been watching him. Whatever he was doing with the balloon, if it was nitrous, whatever. Clearly he went through that. We watched him smoke at least 2 vape containers or whatever those were, and it does seem like he might be just as soon as I said it. There's another one, so he still has something going on down there, but you can see him. Definitely talking to the deputies. That's at least something. I wonder if the deputies are communicating back, basically probably just saying, just give it up, just come out of the car. This is over. But right now, he's just kind of just sitting there, just being stubborn about going into custody.
And just still smoking, whatever that is. Maybe it's a vape pen or whatever, but it's just amazing how casually he's approaching the situation. But again, we have to keep in mind that he's not 100% there in the sense that he's a wanted DUI driver and whatever else he may be on, we don't know. And again, it doesn't seem, we can't assume anything. We haven't seen him display a weapon, but we have no idea, and neither do these officers. So you always have to be extra cautious and extra careful. You have no idea what this person has inside of that vehicle and what they're capable of. And also, when it comes to a point where they have nothing to lose, that is the most dangerous of them all.
That's right. And a lot of times I talk to folks about pursuits, and they say things. It's like, why don't they just go up to the car and get him out of there? Why are they standing around? And my answer is always like, that's easy to say when you're at home or wherever you are watching this on your mobile device or in a comfortable living room. It's not you're not going to lose anything. And if it was you, would you do it? And a lot of times that really just kind of shuts them down. A lot of folks would be like, yeah, well, maybe not. And that's the same thing. It's these deputies, nobody wants to get hurt. And of course, they're looking at it like that too. We don't know what this guy's got going on. We don't know if he's got a weapon in there. We don't know. And it could be a knife. It doesn't even have to be a gun. So they want to take him into custody the way they're trained to, the way it is the safest for everybody involved. That's the way they want to do it. And how they do that is with that suspect out of the vehicle and his hands in the places where we can see them or they can see them, and they can take him into custody without any incidents.
Is that another balloon in his hand? Is that a blue balloon? Is that what I'm seeing?
I don't know. I hope it's not. That's all I gotta say. It might be a water bottle or a balloon. And it's just getting more and more bizarre, and it really is getting to the point where I'm sure that the deputies or the watch commander is probably making some phone calls. Maybe they're going to get SED over here. Not to say that the deputies that are here aren't doing a fantastic job, but clearly that suspect's still inside the vehicle, and maybe they need the people that are trained differently that can come in here and take charge of the situation and get this guy into custody. But I still worry that he's sitting in that precarious spot where if he puts that thing in drive, this could go another direction very, very quickly. I don't know why these deputies are backing off a little bit. You just saw them all kind of move backwards. So maybe they've got some other plans working right there. But the only thing we can do right now is watch and wait. They're not really talking that much on the scanners, on the radios, because most of these guys are here.
So as we're watching this, we're just waiting to see what happens next, because as these officers have attempted several times to approach the vehicle, they've had some success of firing those pepper bullets into the car, as well as throwing some of these gas canister inside the vehicle. But as you may have witnessed, the driver, the man right there, just picks it right up and throws it right out the window, and doesn't seem to be all too concerned with anything. And it's very hard to get him irritated enough or agitated enough to end this and come out of the vehicle and comply with the officer's orders. Quite stubborn, I guess you could say, or someone who just doesn't care, or is maybe not really all there to be listening or following orders, or taking the time to really think about what they're doing. Obviously, they've come to this point. But Stu, as we watch right now, you mentioned, they may bring in a canine. That might be something they do. Maybe that may be their best bet to get this guy's attention and really get some action. It's something that we're waiting to see if that happens. You said that perhaps the canine unit has been called, but it takes a while to get there. It might not be something they're interested in using, although sometimes it's the most effective thing to do.
Definitely, and that's the thing. That the sheriff's department, they've got a big bag of tricks to find some way to get this guy out of there. You were talking about irritating that driver enough to get him out of there. I'm starting to get irritated enough where I'm thinking we should try to do something to get him out. But right now, he's just kind of he's having his moment in the sun, as it would be. That thing is running, but we're watching him rolling up and down the windows. I wonder if it has air conditioning. But it's definitely warm down there. You can see him constantly rubbing his eyes. So, hopefully it's just going to get to the point where they want, he's going to want to get out of that car. But how are they going to get that to that point? That's the tough one. And right now he's just sitting there. He's biding his time. The deputies, they'll have the opportunity to try something else. But right now, it's a lot of waiting, and that waiting is just going to kind of go on until that suspect makes that decision, or these deputies can convince him to get out of that vehicle. I haven't heard anything about a crisis negotiator, which sometimes they bring out to one of these where that somebody will start talking to that suspect and maybe be able just to coax him out of there, say the right things, figure out what he wants. I mean, right now, a bottle of water probably would get me out of there. It's got to be pretty hot inside that truck, and with all that irritant in there and on his face and stuff, you just got to wonder why is he just sitting in there? Just come out, bring this thing to an end. And as far as the dog goes, I'm hopeful that the dog is on its way. But right now, I keep looking and checking, and there has been no other vehicles added to the street out here. So I'm not sure if that's in their plan right now. Hopefully it is.
I'm glad we're not seeing people come out of their homes, or anyone kind of coming in to see what's going on. People these days, everyone comes out with their cell phone. So I'm glad to see that is not happening in this case. And in a way, as I'm watching this, Stu, I'm thinking, sounds silly to say, but it's the best case scenario, because when you have someone like this who obviously has no interest in complying or giving up, he could have been still out on the street driving around and putting a lot of people in danger. At least at this point, he's just boxed in.
Roxy, that's right, and his safety is not as paramount as an innocent person that he may hit with that vehicle. But you're definitely correct with that. At least he is not out driving around. Getting information from our station that what he's sucking on down there is an actual nitrous tank. So he's basically getting hits right off of the bottle. I'm just calling like it is. I really have no idea how dangerous that is, but we have covered fatalities in the past where people have been inside of a vehicle where they've been basically sucking the CO2 gas right out of that tank, and we have covered fatalities like that. So I just wonder, if this guy really knows what he's doing, if he's taking those, he's taking a lot of chances. He clearly has been all afternoon, but to really just, take those hits right off the bottle like that, I'm, again, not 1,000% on all of that, but like I said, we have covered fatalities where people have died from doing exactly what he's doing right there. So, we've got the first responders here if something like that happens. But again, I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I just want to see this guy go into custody and bring this thing to an end.
So the nitrous tank, the nitrous balloons, you have him smoking, appears to be vaping, you have the DUI, which is what this whole thing started, why we started following this pursuit, why officers started going after him was his reckless driving, and he's a wanted DUI driver. So all of these things taken into consideration, and again, although we haven't seen it, doesn't mean it's not a possibility. We don't know. There could be some kind of a knife, some kind of a gun. Who knows what this person's capable of? I also wonder if, you talk about crisis negotiators being there or being on scene or trying to speak with him. Would they be able to also call him on the phone? I haven't seen him use his cell phone. I don't even know if he has one, but they do sometimes contact some of these suspects in these circumstances and try to at least come into communication with them over the phone.
That's right. He hasn't. We haven't seen him have a cell phone at all. A lot of times we'll see these suspects take that cell phone out and kind of show it around. Maybe they're, on some sort of live social media or whatever. But we watch them do that. You're right. I have not seen any kind of social media or any kind of cell phone in this guy's hand the entire time that he's been here. The only thing we've been watching him do is consume things that will get him high. That's really the only thing we've been watching the entire time. I'm trying to get that cleaner shot of that nitrous container. When he just now when he put his head inside, you can clearly see that is exactly what it is. He has that sitting on his lap down there, and he's just continuing to hit that bottle. How long that's going to last, how much is in there, what it's going to do to him, we're gonna find out. That's basically the only thing I can say right now. These deputies, they're out of all their less than lethal ideas, and now they're basically just doing this stop and wait, and that's all they can do. Maybe they're hoping that he'll run out of that nitrous and then just give up then. But as it stands, he's sitting in there and just kind of getting high while these officers, these deputies, are waiting and fight for that moment or that opportunity that they can take him into custody safely.
Upon one of the approaches, when they did approach the vehicle, we did see them throw what appeared to be spike strips underneath that car. So we assume those spike strips are in fact underneath that truck.
Definitely, and I could. We can see we're getting information that maybe we should move Skyfox around, but if we move Skyfox around, we'll lose this spot. But we can move around a little bit. I'm going to give that to Olivier. If you want to move us around, we can. And Olivier's at the tiller today of Skyfox, so we'll move around just a little bit, see if we can get a different angle. We've been sitting here the entire time, but you can just see him in there, hitting that bottle, and it is dangerous. It is dangerous. There's some misnomer of it being explosive. The gas itself is not explosive. It has to be combined with something to to get that kind of explosion, like when you see it used in movies or racing. It combines with the gasoline. Nitrous itself, as I understand it, not even flammable. So that's not part of the problem. But you can really kind of see the bottle right now in his arms, and that's basically what he's doing. He's hitting that vape, and then he's hitting that bottle, and then he's hitting that vape, and then he's hitting that bottle. And the deputies, they're kind of at a spot where all they can do is sit and wait this out. And right in here, Olivia, is probably a good spot.
He's starting up again. He's trying to reverse once again, push against those police cruisers. He's been unsuccessful thus far, but he's not giving up.
Yeah, he's not giving up, and I wish he would. I wish this would just come to an end. Peacefully, but right now he's really revving that engine up, and he's just trying to back it up. And it's amazing those tires haven't given up already. Just stopped it, and I just hope he doesn't try to move forward any farther. That's my big concern right now. But you saw him; he basically just took it out of reverse, just sitting there in the truck. It seems like, we read a lot of body language up here at Skyfox, and it does seem like he's almost starting to do that. Maybe I should just give up, type of thing. And hopefully he's starting to realize that he's got no place to go, and there's no way he's going to get out of this. The only way he's going to get out is like that right there. Is basically getting out of that vehicle and just getting himself into custody.
Unfortunately, I feel as though he's not really thinking about any of these things right now. He's just gone, living in the moment of whatever he's on. Logic doesn't seem to be a consideration in this case. But again, Stu, someone like this who doesn't really seem concerned about others' safety or his own. The good news is he's not on the street driving around in police cruisers and us following this. That could have really put a lot of people in danger. So, the best case scenario, I suppose.
Roxy, that is definitely the silver lining here. There's no doubt about it. And thank you for pointing that out for anybody, to me, and also everybody that's listening right now. That suspect is not on the streets. He is wedged in here at the end of the street out here on Poplar, and he has no place to go. And the deputies are doing their job. They're keeping people safe. They got this guy off of the streets. They obviously knew what he was doing when they tried to stop him. That might have been one of the reasons why they re-engaged this pursuit, is because they realized that he was, in the act of getting high while driving, and they just were weighing the public safety against this guy's safety. So they re-engaged that pursuit to keep the public safe. In the end, he wedged himself in here. This is at a wash, if anybody's just joining us, at the end of Poplar near the cross of Wilmington, city of Compton, and you can see it. That fence is what's keeping him from going over the edge. If he puts that thing in drive, he's been trying to back up those cruisers. That one right there, they put it up against his bumper, and he's just been spinning his wheels. And just to make sure, they doubled it up. They put that the other cruiser behind that one. So those two cars are basically keeping that pickup truck from moving. A lot of these deputies, they all have their weapons out. They're ready to take this guy into custody. They're just waiting for that opportunity, that tiny window of opportunity, hopefully, where he decides to open that door, get out, or we'll see. Maybe they'll find out another way to entice him to get out of that vehicle.
All right, as we watch this, I wonder if we can re-rack some of that video to show our viewers the pit maneuvers, which were attempted unsuccessfully. Right there, we have it. On your left, you see what's happening right now. On your right, you see the pit maneuvering happening right there. This was at an intersection. It was not successful. That suspect weaved his way through all of those police cruisers. You will see in a moment, goes over the barrier there, keeps on going. We'll follow that, and then it looked as though there was some spike strips that officers were trying to place there on the ground. There, they back off. He misses it. He keeps going. We get a shot of him in a moment where he is inhaling a balloon, getting some nitrous there. There you see it behind the wheel, and at that moment, another pit maneuver happens. Again, not successful. Driving going the opposite direction, going over the barriers once more. We thought for a moment maybe he'd get stuck, but that was not the case. Kept on going past all those police cruisers on his way back as he backtracks into this neighborhood, drives around. We think, does he know where he's going? Does he have any idea? Is he lost? Appears as though he did not know where he was going, because he's going to turn in a moment, make a right, and end up in this dead end area where we are right now with that wash in front of him, and he's stuck right there. The reason the police cruisers are right up against that truck is because he put the car in reverse and tried to back his way out. Obviously, he was not successful, so they're right up against him. He's tried several times to do that. Several times, as officers have approached the vehicle, they've fired pepper bullets into the vehicle. They've tried to throw gas canisters into the car. He's just casually grabbed them and thrown them right back out. Sitting there with that nitrous tank in his lap, vaping, it appears, smoking something. It looks like a vape pen. And just sitting there and killing time and just waiting. They did approach the vehicle at one point, and it did look like they threw some spike strips underneath the vehicle, which you cannot see. It was on the other side, the passenger side of the vehicle, where they threw what appeared to be some spike strips in case he tries to pull some kind of miraculous move out of there. But he really has nowhere to go. So there you have it. All of those police cruisers behind him, officers there with their guns drawn, just waiting to see what they're going to do. The safety, of course, of the people who live in the area is a concern, but also his safety. That is something that Stu's pointed out several times that they also take into account. And we have to remember, we don't know, and we can't assume that he doesn't have a weapon. He could very well have a weapon. We haven't seen one displayed, and no indication of that, but this is definitely something we don't know. The officers don't know, so you just have to wait, because concern is for everyone's safety who's down there right now. Stu, one more time, just let us know this exact area we're at right now.
Well, we are in the city of Caton. This is going to be Poplar Street, near the cross of Wilmington. Wilmington is going to be the major street at the end of this cul-de-sac right there. And actually, they have Wilmington shut down. I just did that wide shot. I just noticed they have some cruisers out there. So they actually have Wilmington shut down as well in both directions. You can see Poplar comes to a dead end here at the wash. Somebody had moved some of those barriers out of the way, so that pickup truck actually had a moment there where we thought he might be trying to drive on that bike lane that runs along the wash, but he didn't. He just kind of came to a stop. Now, those deputies have been making every effort. They've broken out a lot of the windows. They've been using the pepper balls. They've been using CS or the gas containers, putting them in the car. Like you said, we've actually seen them actually pick one up and just toss it out of the car at least twice, one through the back window, one out through the driver's side window. But they have been doing what they can just to irritate this driver enough, or the suspect enough, just to get out of that darn car. But in the end, he's been grandstanding, coming out of the window, standing up and yelling at the deputies, basically just being stubborn is probably the most polite way of saying it. And in the end, now he actually has a nitrous container that he has sitting right there, and you can see him again just doing what he's been doing for this entire time, sucking on some of that gas, getting inebriated, getting high, and it's just been a waiting game. And I wonder if he wants to try to use up that entire canister. Again, not really familiar with it, don't know how exactly that's going to work, but I can imagine an entire canister, probably pretty dangerous. And you can see a lot of these deputies, they're out there, weapons drawn, but they've kind of run out of ways to try to entice him out of there. They are waiting. We do see a number of deputies over here as well. We've been trying to see if maybe we can get some information. Are they calling in SEB? That's their version of SWAT, possibly a dog. But it seems to be right now a wait and see type of situation. And of course, that suspect, the deputies have time on their hands, but that suspect definitely using up the last moments of his freedom before he goes into custody, trying to get as high as he can.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we kept mentioning that maybe they would deploy a canine unit, but we haven't seen that happen. It's been quite a while. Stu, we started following this on air about, I think I want to say 12:55, but when did this begin? Do you know? Was it around 12:30 or so? It's been a while.
It has been a while. We were listening to it. I have to give a shout out to Moy and some of the scanner groups out there. They were getting a hold of me, basically saying, "Hey, there's a pursuit in Compton," and I tuned it in, and sure enough, it was there. And that suspect playing a lot of cat and mouse, stopping, starting. There was a moment where we were like, maybe we're not going because he kept stopping. But at one point we realized that he was just doing that stop and go thing. So we got an helicopter and we got here as quickly as possible. We picked it up. I believe it was on Rosecrans or Wilmington. I think it was on Wilmington. It was definitely on Wilmington when we first saw it, and he made that turn onto Rosecrans. So he stayed in the Carson Compton area for the entire time of that chase. And like you said, kind of led us to believe that possibly he's from here. Maybe he is, and he just doesn't know this area. But made that wrong turn, came to this dead end, and this is where we've been sitting ever since. Those deputies running out of ideas on how to get him out of that car. But right now, the time is on their side. But that suspect definitely using it up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been watching this, and not much has happened in the sense that, the suspect's refusing to come out, and everyone's just waiting to see what the next move will be. Since we're past the top of the hour here, it's 2:06. I just want to give everyone a little update in case they just tuned in as to why we're watching this standoff with a suspected DUI driver. Also, Christine Devine is walking into the studio, and she's going to take over in a moment. So I want to fill her in on what's going on as well. So if you are just joining us, and Christine, as we watch this DUI driver wanted for driving recklessly, Compton Carson area. So Compton Carson area is where it started, and pretty much that's where it stayed. It stayed in this area. The driver was driving rather slowly. It wasn't a fast-moving pursuit by any means. And for a while in the beginning, it seemed like this driver was complying, stopping at lights, stopping at stop signs, and it was very odd. But then things started to change, and you know what? As we watch this, we can pull up the pit maneuver video so that people can see what led up to this moment. Things started to change. There you see on your right, this is when they attempted a pit maneuver. It was not successful. He drove through, weaved his way through those police cruisers, just weaved his way, goes over that center divider, kept on going, so he keeps on going. There were officers straight ahead, you'll see in a moment, will move out of the way because he was coming at them. It looked as though they were trying to put some spike strips there, but they were unsuccessful, and he avoided that. As he's going, we notice, wait a minute, is that a balloon, and is he sucking on nitrous? In fact, you'll see a close-up in a moment, and yes, behind the wheel is a white balloon, and that is what it appears that he was doing, right behind that wheel. And that is when there will be a second pit maneuver attempt. You'll see in a moment. There it is. You see the balloon. It's quite confusing. And there it goes. That's that second pit maneuver. Again, he just drives right on by those police cruisers, weaves his way, goes over that center divider. There came a point that we thought, oh, maybe he's going to get stuck. No, did not get stuck. She kept on going, passing all those police cruisers, turns there, makes a left, goes into this neighborhood. Now he's in a neighborhood, and oftentimes with pursuit suspects, we think, they go to an area they're familiar with. Perhaps he knows where he is since this started and it seems to be ending in Compton. But no, because of what happens next, he comes right here to this point and gets stuck. That is a wash in front of him. It's a dead end. There's nowhere to go. Those police cruisers have lined up behind this vehicle, and we're at a point now where for over an hour now, we're just waiting to see what happens. They did fire pepper pepper balls into that car, pepper bullets. They did blow out that back window of the truck. They did approach the vehicle several times and threw in gas canisters, where that suspect casually picked those gas canisters up and just threw them out the window. Then we saw him. It appeared to be vaping or smoking, just hanging out from the window there, getting fresh air, because obviously it's irritable with everything they've thrown into that car, which doesn't seem to bother him a whole lot because he's still there. And then there's a nitrous tank on his lap, a blue nitrous tank, which he's using in addition to what appears to be a vape or some kind of device he's smoking. They approached his vehicle from the side. No luck. They threw some spike strips actually underneath the car while it was parked, just in case he tries to make a getaway somehow, which doesn't seem like a possibility. He has put the car in reverse several times. He has attempted to back up, but the police cruiser has just been there. There you see him. There you see him. It's taking a hit. The police cruiser is right up against his vehicle, so every time he tries to back up, he doesn't get very far. So there are two police cruisers now that's not allowing him to go anywhere. So this is where we are, Christine.
Very good wrap up there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get you caught up to speed. At this point, we're just here waiting to see what happens next, and that's where we're at.
Well, I know you've been here since Good Day LA, so we'll let you clear out and carry on with your day. I'm going to take it over here with your brilliantly done recap there. We have Stu up in Skyfox still. Thank you, Stu, for staying with us here, which could be a very long afternoon as we continue to sit here. Stu, this guy, how long do you think this guy can wait this out?
You know what? I don't even want to guess, because you know what? Maybe I should guess, because whenever I guess something, the opposite happens. He's going to be here till 8 o'clock tonight, Christine. Maybe he'll just get out of the car right now. It has been very frustrating. And I mean, frustrating for us is one thing, but these deputies that have been here since the beginning, following that vehicle, that one that you see right there, I believe the one that actually is right behind it actually has some damage. That was the one that was doing the pit maneuvers earlier on. And so that that deputy really just was, in it for the win and wanted to take that suspect into custody. In the end, you saw it. He made his way right here. They are still concerned that he could injure himself by driving into the wash. That's one of the reasons why they're not being overly aggressive and just making that attempt to take that suspect into custody on purpose, on accident, whatever could happen. That vehicle still runs, and that driver still has the keys. We've seen it in the past. He'll put it in reverse when the deputies get too close and just floor it and spin those tires. But if he accidentally puts it into drive, this is what could happen right there. They don't want to see that either. And they're also concerned that we saw while we were doing that swap right there, and Roxy was doing that wonderful recap, this house right here, the deputies were actually evacuating a family. We did see what we believe a male, a female, and some small children making their way out of that home. So they are concerned that this still could have some end that may not be as favorable as they would hope. So right now it is a wait and see. Is there a possibility that they're going to bring in the dog? Possibly. But you think that dog would have been here by now? Maybe they're going to call an SEB. That's their version of SWAT. But at any rate, it is a lot of waiting right now as we're watching that suspect just refusing to get out of that pickup.
Yeah, there really is no scientific method to determine when this is going to end. I tried to put you on the spot there. You gave it a good guess. So here we are watching this standoff. Deputies there with their guns drawn. You have to wonder about the state of mind of this driver here, who's just sitting there with obviously nowhere to go in that vehicle. So does the person just wait this out until they're hungry, bored, have to go to the bathroom, etc.? How much is what he's inhaling there affecting his judgment? And he's not been on the phone. You haven't seen him make any phone calls to anyone, Stu?
We haven't seen a phone at all. Roxy pointed that out a little bit earlier on, and they have not seen a phone at all. We've just been watching him take those hits off of that nitrous container earlier on. He had that balloon. Perhaps I don't know, maybe in the hustle or the breaking of the windows, that balloon was broken. But he is resorted to what we're seeing right there. The deputies, you can see them making their way around the neighborhood. We've been earlier on, we saw a lot of deputies, maybe not that many sergeants, because these guys really were working to get that guy out of that vehicle. They were using everything they had. They were breaking out the windows. They were making an approach. They were actually, we saw them, hand hold and toss into that vehicle CS containers, like a handheld container of gas, trying to get that suspect to get out of that car. In the end, two of those containers we actually saw him grab and throw out. One through the back window, one through that driver's side window. We also know that those windows are not electric, and the only reason I point that out is, if the vehicle is disabled, maybe you can't get that window up and down. Those are crank windows. So even if that car isn't on, as soon as you see these deputies making an approach, he starts rolling up that window. The old school, you see that hand crank starting to move. But there is some communication. What it is, I can't really say. Maybe it's just profanity. Maybe it's something other than. But in the end, everybody just hopes that this guy gets out of the car, brings this thing to an end. These deputies are down there. Clearly they have reached out to their supervisors. Hopefully there are some plans in the works. Maybe something bigger and better might come out here, and they can really deploy some CS gas or that gas, that irritant, into that vehicle. But until that happens, it is a lot of waiting, and you can even see that we can't hear what's going on down there. So we watch body language, and that body language right there is vaguely, I'm really starting to get bored, and maybe that will be the catalyst to just make that decision to, like, okay, this is over, let me get out of the car. But nothing has happened to really point in that direction at all. We watched this guy play cat and mouse with these deputies all afternoon already.
Yeah, taking a swig off that tank there, that nitrous tank. Look, I'm not a nitrous expert. I don't know how that works. I don't know what that does to the brain necessarily when it comes to your judgment in a situation like this. Obviously, with nowhere to go except into a wash. The driver's not moving that vehicle anywhere, completely boxed in by law enforcement there. You all had said that time is on the side of law enforcement right now because you don't have people endangered, you don't have pedestrians in the way, you don't have other motorists in the way. Obviously, there are homeowners there to the back, but they can stay to the back of all of this. So I'm reading that pepper balls were fired into the cab of the vehicle, breaking the portion of the rear window. So people are watching and they're thinking, why isn't law enforcement doing something? Well, they have done that move already. We did show earlier with Roxy on coverage here of the two pit maneuvers, attempts at that. That didn't stop him. Look at the people there. It looks like somebody from the community walking away there, perhaps residents there trying to get out of harm's way and go about their day, whatever business they have to handle. Keep in mind, it is about 2:17 now here in Los Angeles. We know we have a lot of people who watch from other states, even overseas, when we're online, on the web, on Fox 11. And people are wondering what's going on here in Southern California. Okay, so this started in the Compton, Carson area. And here we are with the standoff. Stu, you've been on since around close to 1 o'clock. Following this, it's around 12:30. And here we're now coming up close to 2:30, where school's going to let out. Families will start coming home from work, who work those traditional 9 to 5 type of hours. And people are going to want to get into their homes in that neighborhood. I'm wondering how far backed up, how far blocked off is this street? Oh, there you go right there. Okay, a whole neighborhood right there affected with the street blocked off. All of those homeowners, all of those residents having issues perhaps getting into their neighborhood with their cars, on foot. Are they locked into their homes, sheltering in place there? Are they wanting to come or go and they just can't? It's a problem if you live in those homes right there.
Well, Christine, what you saw right there was they're doing evacuations. They're actually deputies are going in and door knocking some of these homes and asking these folks to exit their homes, and that's what we saw. We saw when some people from this greenhouse just moments ago. You pointed them out, and just before that, we saw a family leave this house right here. Also, what we've been noticing just from Skyfox is, you see a lot of these deputies are all in their greens. They got their uniforms on down there, but all of a sudden now we have this officer that's not in a uniform. So that would venture to say that that is a sergeant or somebody with a higher rank, somebody making some decisions. I've been watching him and hand motions, basically talking with and getting a briefing from the deputies that have been here, doing an amazing job trying to get that guy out of that vehicle. So perhaps he's been on the phone, he's been on his radio. So maybe they are making a plan. Maybe they are coming up with something to get SEB out here or some other means to get that person out of the car. We keep hoping that he will just make that decision on his own, but I really don't think that's going to happen just because of the fact that he's been cat and mousing these deputies the entire time. We've been aware of this pursuit. Earlier on when we were listening, that's what we were hearing. We heard him, he stopped, the door's open, now he's going again. He stopped, and that's what they were seeing earlier on. As far as what that does to you, I also was saying the same thing. I'm not that familiar. I know that we've covered fatalities in the past from nitrous oxide, especially being ingested inside of a vehicle, inside of a closed area. This one is not a closed area anymore. That rear window's been broken out. You can clearly see he's got that with the driver's side window down. So, how is this going to end? Well, it's going to end with that suspect in cuffs. But when is it going to end? That seems to be the big question. Are we going to have to wait till he runs out of things to inebriate him, or are the deputies going to, basically bring his party to an end? We just don't know right now, but we can clearly see a lot of motion down there. These poor deputies have been out there with their weapons out probably for about 30, 40 minutes now, and it's got to be stressful for them as well. These deputies, with what I would believe to be a sergeant or better, you can see that sergeant clearly on his phone, probably communicating with other his supervisors on how far, what they can do, what's the plan. And as far as you mentioned that, Christina, about folks at home saying, well, why don't you just go over there and take him out of the car? What are you doing? Just open the door and yank that guy out. My answer to that always is, would you do it? And that usually shuts people down because we just don't know. He still has that car still runs. He could put it in drive. You could drag him and then maybe a deputy over the side. He might have a knife in there. He might have a gun. So it's better to keep everybody safe and just wait it out. And that's what's happening right now.
Well, okay, you've got to feel for those residents who live in that neighborhood. For them, their day completely disrupted. I don't know about you, Stu, but I feel like I'm always on the go and always in a rush. One thing that throws off my game really disrupts my day, so I can't imagine being a parent waiting for your kids to come home from school, or having to go to work in the afternoon, or trying to go to the grocery store or post office or something like that, and you can't because this is happening in your neighborhood. And as we look at this driver here, this DUI suspect here, I can't help but hurt as well for this driver, because I'm thinking this is somebody's perhaps brother, father, uncle, son. And if they are from here, are their relatives watching this, wondering what's happening to their loved one, why they're doing this, what's going wrong here? And there you go. That's that nitrous tank, we believe, some kind of tank that this person seems to be sucking on, which we got to know affects the brain some way. But again, this is somebody's loved one, and you hate to see their day go like this as well. You have to wonder what's going on in their life, that their day ended up like this at 2:23 on a Thursday in Los Angeles. Law enforcement there, the patient's law enforcement has to have with their guns drawn, sitting there at the ready, making sure they are safe. Obviously, we know we had a bad incident last night involving the LAPD, where 3 LAPD officers were shot when they were trying to deal with somebody who was barricaded. So safety first. I mean, just think about that right there. After what happened last night, in Lincoln Heights, the 3 officers shot. You have to keep in mind that it is safety first, and you don't know how that person's going to react. They were canine officers, so obviously police had already engaged that suspect, tried different maneuvers to bring that suspect into custody, and that's what happened with the canine officers from Metro LAPD. Safety first here.
Well, definitely, and we've been talking about that for most of the afternoon. It is all about safety. Those deputies, they work within these parameters, and that one of the biggest parameters is safety. Safety for the suspects, well-being, safety for officers, safety for the general public that may be around here. And Roxy pointed it out earlier on too. At least this vehicle is stopped. At least the general public, their safety is been satisfied. There's no way that he's going to be able to injure the random person, a civilian going to work or walking a dog right now, because that vehicle is kind of hemmed in at the end of Poplar out here in the Compton area. So that part has been taken care of. But now the deputies, like you said, their safety is in question, and it will be in question until that suspect is in cuffs, in custody. And of course, the safety of that suspect. We worry that, I'm sure that they worry about it as well. When he's been revving that engine, you haven't seen it yet, but he's been revving that engine and then putting that car in reverse and spinning those tires. If he bumps that car into drive and launches it into that wash, that could be fatal. That could be a fatal move for that suspect. At least a severe injury. So they don't want any of this. They don't want to have any of those problems. They just want to get that suspect into custody and then get him into the system, and hopefully you can get some help. You were talking about family members. Maybe one of the family members, well, we haven't seen a phone, so but maybe one of the family members can reach out to the deputies and say, bring up this or tell them this, and maybe that'll help bring this to an end. But right now, it seems to be a lot of deputies waiting. That suspect's just been in there biding his time, using his narcotics, and at a nonstop rate, which I also have to wonder about, like you said, what's that going to do to him? And then when they do take him into custody, I'm sure these deputies are thinking about that as well. They don't want to see him get into cuffs and have him get into a panic attack. So I am sure they're going to be calling the LA County Fire Department, or in this case, Compton Fire, and they'll bring AMR out here. That's the ambulance service, and they're going to help be on the ready when they do take this suspect into custody. But you can see him starting to, earlier on, very agitated, very animated, moving around a lot. Now you can start to see that kind of slower movement, maybe a little bit more like, oh, geez, maybe he's starting to realize, even with his inebriation, that this is a situation where he's not going to be able to get out of. And maybe he's starting to reason this out, and he'll just open that door and go into custody.
Reason. That's a good word to use in this. I don't know, there's been a whole lot of reason here in this whole situation. In just a bit, I won't call for it just yet, but in just a bit, we're going to show you video of earlier what's been going on. But again, we don't know this guy's mental health state, his state of mind, what he could be on substance-wise that affects your ability to reason. I've got to think eventually you got to go to the bathroom. You're hungry. You think about your family. It's going to get colder and darker at night. Obviously, a beautiful sunny day here in SoCal. But eventually, in the evening, it's going to get colder. We do know part of the back window has been shot out with those pepper balls. And as you were saying, that's a crank window that he's not put the window up. Perhaps it's hot in there as well, because the sun could beat down on you on a day like today and gets kind of warm in the vehicle. But again, he's not driving forward. He's not driving backward. That's not going to happen. I suppose he could take a run for it. But let's just get some perspective of what it's like to be a deputy there on the scene. And joining us now is former Assistant Sheriff with the LA County Sheriff's Department, James Hemmel. Jim, thanks for stepping up on probably a nice day for you. And we appreciate you helping us fill the time here with this coverage and trying to bring viewers a little insight. What's it like to be a deputy there on the ground?
Yes, of course, because it is very important when you're talking about police pursuits. Obviously, we have the general public that we're concerned about. So always, for all of law enforcement, the priority is public safety, meaning we have to make sure that the driver and suspect does not pose a danger to the public, whether it be pedestrians or other drivers. And so we now successfully have him, it appears, cordoned off and secured from harming other people. Now, I think the priority would be to certainly look for a peaceful resolution to prevent harm to this individual who's obviously troubled.
Yeah, that's a good word for it. A difficult day, obviously, for this person and their family members. As we watch the deputies there with their guns drawn for such a long period of time, what goes through your mind as you are there trying to make sure your fellow officers are safe? You are the ones there with the eyes on this suspect. You are the ones with the guns drawn. I guess you can see our video right now. It looks like somebody in an SCV uniform, your equivalent of SWAT. Perhaps you can give some perspective on this officer we were seeing.
Yeah, so initially, as you mentioned, the patrolmen and women on the scene are first ensuring that if, unfortunately, the individual comes out with an immediate deadly threat, that they can resolve that so there's no harm to the public or deputies on the scene. Meanwhile, there's a lot of going on behind the scenes that Stu had mentioned, where you want to ensure that you have evacuations, you have local school children are diverted away from the area so that they don't present another problem for the deputies on the scene, meaning another problem where they would be in harm's way. All the while, you're also bringing tactical equipment, and that would be our Special Enforcement Bureau, centered on essentially keeping the person at bay and then trying to de-escalate utilizing different forms of equipment, whether it's stun bags, a canine, OC spray, but of course just de-escalation tactics, trying to talk the individual down from doing anything desperate. He does seem to be in a desperate position in the sense of fleeing from law enforcement when it's evident that he's not going to get away.
You know, Jim, I see that one deputy vehicle backing up. I don't know if that person is changing shifts or moving out of the way for something like the Bearcat type vehicle, which can be quite intimidating. Often that is used to block someone in or to make sure they're not going anywhere. We've seen them be blocked in from both sides. You talk about the de-escalation tactics. When somebody is on perhaps a substance, we see them inhaling something, looks like a blue nitrous tank or perhaps something else. I don't know the substances well enough to know. That's got to affect your ability to reason with them if they're on something.
Great point. So the Armored Rescue Vehicle, also known as ARVs, will provide that level of protection for deputies to get closer to perhaps convince him to de-escalate the situation while also keeping that vehicle from leaving again, because those vehicles can be used as weapons themselves. And so those kinds of considerations are being made right now, I'm sure. Also, with regards to the chemical substance that's there, it does appear to be some form of nitrous or some form as an intoxicant. Obviously, we don't know from here what it is, but that euphoria that puts people in a state of mind where oftentimes they're trying to ignore what's in front of them, and that can present a danger because it puts them in desperate situations with less fear often, and the fear of harming themselves, fear of harming others. So that's where our deputies really need to, and it appears they are, take every precaution to obviously protect themselves and protect the public, and it appears they've done a great job of doing that.
And it looks to me like I'm looking at those SCV, again, your version of SWAT there, with those green uniforms there. You know, given what happened with LAPD last night, where you had 3 officers shot, luckily they're all going to be okay in that they were not life-threatening injuries. Again, they were K9 officers, meaning other officers had worked already on that matter to try to diffuse that situation. And you have that happen. So obviously that's fresh in the mind of everybody in law enforcement. I know you have your roll call meetings, you discuss what's been happening, and safety first when you think of something like that in a whole different way. It's like we really don't know what people are going to do or be like.
That's a good point, because oftentimes our first priority, or law enforcement's first priority, is the public safety and obviously protecting the deputies and police officers on scene. As you saw with the LAPD situation, oftentimes the vulnerability comes by actually creating that safety layer for other
thoughts with them, indeed. Quick healing, we hope. Let's just talk about your credentials for a minute, because you have seen every scenario on the planet, I believe. Retired Chief of Sheriff's Special Operations. You currently work as a senior advisor for the United States Department of Justice. You've trained people overseas as well. How have you seen the tactics change over the eras, and way you're seeing things being handled right now today?
Well, there's such an emphasis on de-escalation and a safe resolve, which often includes the suspects themselves. And Los Angeles has really been on the front line of that, I think, with a lot of pressure from excellent leaders in our community to try to take and really have the best of our tactics be utilized by our frontline officers at all times to have consistent excellence when we serve the community is the goal. And so sometimes we see situations where that's not used, and I think we're striving to constantly do that. But that being said, what I've learned with my new role with the United States Department of Justice, training foreign law enforcement agencies, is how far ahead, in fact, Los Angeles, whether it's LAPD, Los Angeles County Sheriff, and of course all of the agencies within LA County, we do have tactics that rely on or that focus on de-escalation, public safety, and trying to reduce the harm that's done certainly to the public, the responding officers, and even the suspects. But oftentimes, desperate suspects put law enforcement in a situation where there are no other options. So what you see right now in this incident is you see the Sheriff's Department working to bring in resources while they can to try to de-escalate and calm this situation without injury. And oftentimes the suspect prevents that from occurring if they were to act in a manner that forces a more deadly confrontation.
When you say bring in resources when they can, I'm thinking it's 2:30 now. You know, eventually it's going to get dark out, which makes it all that much more difficult for police and law enforcement to see what's happening there. Mental health might play into this as well. Obviously, this person is having a very difficult day. We're talking about possible substances. Do you have negotiators there on the scene trying to talk with this person? We haven't seen the person use a cell phone, not like they're in communication with, say, family and loved ones. They've just been sitting there smoking and taking whiffs that looks like off a tank.
Yes, and crisis negotiators are certainly being summoned to the scene. I'm certain of that. And in the meantime, I'm sure deputies on the scene are attempting to calm the person down and de-escalate. We do have to take precautions and make sure that if he does something unexpected or desperate, certainly reaching down like he's doing now, we don't know what he's reaching for. That's what's going through the deputy's mind right now. And then keeping their calm and their poise and trying to talk to him and find out exactly what actions he's taking is a priority. And then bringing in a crisis negotiator, a skilled person who has a background in psychology and human behavior, and try to appeal to the person's better senses, which is, as you mentioned, is quite difficult to do when they're under the influence of substances and or have mental health concerns. So that's why a skilled person who has a background in those kind of human behaviors is somebody who would be better suited for that. But in the meantime, as we're waiting, deputies are given that basic level to try to calm the situation and take precautions from a tactical standpoint to keep that situation from escalating.
So, Jim, if you're willing to stand by, we'd appreciate it. If you've got to go, I understand. I want to bring in Stu Mandel, who's been up in Skyfox for us, to kind of perhaps walk me through some of the video from earlier in this pursuit. It started around 12:55. Let's go ahead and roll a clip. And, Stu, if you can see it, great. If not, I can paint the picture. And
well, you're gonna have to paint the picture, okay. Yeah, definitely, because we can't see it up here at Skybox.
Gotcha. Okay, so what I'm gonna do when I call for that video is I'll paint the picture and you can weigh in on it. But basically, you took this over around 12:55, give or take. Overall, how would you describe how this pursuit has gone up to this point?
Well, I have to say that the deputies were using a lot of restraint. They were, at first, it was, like I said, a cat and mouse type of situation where they would stop and they would go, and they would stop and they would go. But then later on, it turned into a situation where they turned it back into a pursuit. And they were doing the pit maneuver, and we saw two solid pit maneuvers where that pickup truck just spun around. They didn't bring it to an end. It just spun that truck around. Whoever that deputy was behind the wheel of that cruiser that actually is right behind it was doing an amazing job. And it would did it twice, but it wasn't enough to get that driver to stop. He did actually collide with at least one deputy's vehicle when they did spin it around. And when that happened, that was when I thought that this might go the other way. But again, the deputies showing a lot of restraint out there and just continued to pursue that vehicle. We did see it drive on some of the center dividers. I was hoping that it would get stuck at one point, but it didn't. And we saw it, but we also saw it stopping at the red lights. And that was another moment where deputies were actually stopping traffic, keeping the public safe, and keeping them away from that suspect. In the end, when it came to an end out here on Poplar, they were aggressive. That would be the best word to use, but also very safe. They weren't doing anything that was endangering that suspect or any of those deputies. They were trying to get that CS or those pepper balls into that truck. They were breaking the windows. We watched them do that. We watched them drive that one cruiser. They drove it up to the back of that truck. That driver tried to get out. Was ramming that vehicle at one point. Safety was definitely the primary objective for all those deputies that were involved the entire time that this pursuit was going on. That suspect, defiant. That's the best word to use. Pig-headed might be, maybe we don't want to do name calling, but definitely very defiant. And he continues to be defiant down there, knowing that he has that upper edge. The deputies have to work within a parameter of safety and of that suspect and everybody around him. That suspect, he gets to do whatever he wants right now. But again, you pointed it out. This is not something to make light of. That suspect clearly has issues. One of those issues is clearly substance abuse, and he continues to abuse himself down there. While the deputies, the only thing they can do right now is watch. I wonder if he consumes enough of that, if he would just pass out, and that would give those deputies the opportunity to make their way over there. But that neighborhood, we saw a couple of those homes evacuated. We do see those SEB officers here on scene. I have yet to see the armored vehicle. It may be around the block, but how are they going to get that in there? These deputies have a lot of problem solving to do to get that suspect out of there safely. And right now, it is really just a huge waiting game, huh?
I'm wondering, Stu, could you perhaps give us that wider shot again to show the neighborhood? How much of the neighborhood is affected here? The whole street there, where Poplar Street, Wilmington, and then you see that greater neighborhood with the sheriff's department blocking off that road there. Imagine if you are the residents, you're trying to come home, your kids are trying to come home after school, you're trying to go somewhere, run some errands, and now you're blocked off because you have this very, very long standoff. Stu, you covered a lot there. For anybody who didn't see what happened here with the two attempts at a pit maneuver, the pepper ball sprayed, the blocked-in vehicle there, where if he drives forward, he goes into a wash. Like you said, a lot of action has been taken to try to stop this, and some viewers might think, not enough. Why couldn't they stop him during the pit maneuver?
Well, if anybody was watching, they saw it happening live. At one point, one of the pit maneuvers where he was at that intersection, they did the pit maneuver, and then other deputies were using their vehicles to block him in or try to block him in. He wove through there. He collided at least with one of those vehicles. So it wasn't a lack of effort. It was the idea of safety. It was and when I say that, the safety was actually that suspect. They didn't want to injure that suspect, and that suspect clearly has no concern for himself and or anybody around him, even though he was stopping at the red lights, which was interesting to see in itself. But right now. He continues to abuse himself down there with that nitrous gas. We watched him earlier on. I mean, the vape pens, they might be THC, they might not be, but we did see him smoking something earlier on. I would venture to say that was marijuana. But, literally my hope is that he's just going to exhaust himself. He's going to pass out, and then these deputies can just kind of make their way over there and take him into custody. But if that doesn't happen, how are they going to do it? That's really difficult. And again, that's one of those situations where, I'm glad I'm the guy in the helicopter watching and talking about it and not having to make those decisions down there, how they're going to get him out. I've talked to people in the past where they've said, well, why don't the deputies just walk up over there and open the door and yank that guy out? Well, would you do it? That's my simple question. You just don't know. You don't know what that guy's got in the car or the truck, and you also don't know how desperate he is. Well, he might grab you and drive you to the wash.
We have seen them do maneuvers like that where they just go in and drag somebody out. You're right. That's a good point, that you could floor it over the edge there and deputies could get hurt, taken with him. Might he just pass out? I don't know what he's taking or doing. I don't know how that works. Do you just pass out with what he's taking? Maybe you just are calmly sitting there. Maybe you can sit there for hours calmly. I don't know. I want to bring back in our guest, retired chief of Sheriff's Special Operations from the Sheriff's Department. You know this job very well, James Hemmel. As you saw those moves, and if we want to rewrap that tape again and show that attempted pit maneuver once or twice, we can have you weigh in on that, because some viewers might think, well, how come they couldn't stop this guy?
Yes, for many years, actually, the Sheriff's Department had removed the pit maneuver as a tactic, and Stu knows he's been on covering this for years, as you have. But more recently, the previous sheriff authorized it. I actually submitted that as a policy. We were trying to actually get that reenacted for safety reasons, because oftentimes you would have a position of advantage where, in other words, you would have an opportunity away from people, away from schools, and you can actually do a pit maneuver. And what we saw here is perfect timing by the deputies. They did it in a manner where if the person lost control of the vehicle, it wouldn't likely result in an injury to other people. So those are the considerations that deputies must make when they enact that pit maneuver. And I'm glad to see that they took those precautions into account. Because if there was pedestrians walking around or other vulnerable drivers, then that would be a time.
Is that going to give us more time?
And I saw in one of the shots there were some pedestrians, some women on the sidewalk there. And also, I know we're concerned, Jim, also about the suspect trying to carjack somebody. We've seen the attempt at that a number of times. Now, Stu had made the point, might this guy just pass out? I don't know what calming substances he is taking that he's able to just sit there like that calmly. And I'm thinking with negotiators, Jim, do you perhaps try to talk to him about family, children, spouse, loved ones who care about this person coming home safely?
Well, that's certainly a consideration to have the crisis negotiators focus on whatever is driving his desperate behavior and trying to talk reason to this individual. But unfortunately, all too often what we see are individuals who are not making sense. And it can be from mental illness, as you mentioned earlier, or the intoxication, whatever that substance is. If in fact it is nitrous oxide or something to that effect, that provides a euphoric sort of feeling, which would really make a lot of this feel like a bad dream to this individual rather than reality. So even speaking to that is going to be a consideration that the crisis negotiators will have to introduce into their equation.
Right. Yeah. So a rational discussion with someone like that might have no effect whatsoever. Well, we could be here, I guess, a long time looking now at the neighborhood there. Sky Fox giving us that wider shot. Now we're here on the closer look here. Jim, as we're watching this, Stu used the word restraint. Deputies using restraint. Is that what you feel you're seeing here? And how long do we wait this out? It's going to be coming up soon on, dinner hour for people. It's been, that'll be all afternoon if we hit 5 o'clock.
What I'm watching here is commendable restraint by our sheriff's deputies. And it should be a reminder to many people that we can always strive to do better, and I believe the sheriff's department is in that category, even when mistakes are made. But it should serve as a reminder that reverence for human life is at the top of the priority, and it's evidenced by what we're watching here. Because certainly, if we were not acting as a professional organization, or if the sheriff's department was not, there are other measures that could be taken to end the situation. And sometimes, unfortunately, the suspect drives that through more desperate actions. But what we're seeing here are precautions being taken, resources being brought in, proper timing being taken into account as far as the pit maneuver and other actions. What you're seeing there is Air 5, and that will transport some of our Special Enforcement Bureau to include paramedics, likely even a crisis negotiator to be on scene in a more rapid manner. That's likely what's driving the Air 5 to be in a position to assist as well.
Okay, we did see that helicopter there. We could also note that you brought up law enforcement always working to do better. We do know there are people and communities who have some painful thoughts about their encounters with law enforcement and the tactics of law enforcement, and that is something that plays out in certain scenarios that are very difficult to watch on TV, very difficult to watch in person, very difficult to have been your loved one's encounter. You see there's some more activity there happening there on the scene. I have to wonder if they're going to try to make some kind of move at some point. You mentioned the air support, the helicopter. What role is the air support in this?
Well, air support provides more intelligence, essentially, to the deputies on the ground. Are there other people in harm's way? Are there other avenues of escape? If you're talking about Air 5, which there was a quick picture of, then that's more bringing resources in, whether it's a SWAT team or being prepared with paramedics should something untold happen. And so having every precaution at the ready is exactly what's occurring, and it's worth using these valuable resources for the public. I have many family and friends in Compton, what I call adopted family there, that many people having served from the opening of Compton Sheriff Station in 2000 and working at the Compton Salvation Army and things of that nature. And so the Sheriff's Department is very close with the community there in the Compton and surrounding area. And so I really feel the respect is being given right now, and you're seeing that with every resource being brought in to ensure that there's no harm to the Compton or residents of that general area that they're in, to ensure that there's a peaceful result. So right now it appears to be isolated to this individual. They've taken precautions to make sure that he could not escape and again present a dangerous situation through the pursuit operations. And now it's a matter of trying to resolve in a safe manner for this individual, even though he's shown disregard for safety of others.
Well, I can't help but think of all the expense going into this standoff when it comes to our tax dollars. All the law enforcement that was part of this pursuit, all the law enforcement that is there at this standoff. We saw the helicopter there, comes to air support, SEB/version of SWAT. And then the management that is, also thinking about this from your management positions that are perhaps not there on the scene. It's a cost that we live with as human beings, as citizens of Southern California, that when we have encounters like this, law enforcement, we trust to do their job, even though it's going to be a costly, perhaps, afternoon for us as taxpayers.
You bring up a great point, because utilizing them in this manner, I don't think anyone would have any concern with, because we care about the community that we're in right now. And it emboldens even more the level of trust that we have to uphold with the community by not violating certain trust during all police incidents. And this is an example of an incident where I think the Sheriff's Department is certainly honoring that trust that the community provides, and public trust is so important in ensuring that the community continues to follow and work with law enforcement when needed, and certainly in this situation it's needed.
Well, we appreciate your compassion and your concern and your care, and I know there are a lot of people who are, working in law enforcement with the thought of being progressive in policing. There are people in the community and activists who have their own version of what they want from law enforcement, or some don't want law enforcement at all. We know that's a current issue as we look at how history is played out with law enforcement. But right now, today, on this Thursday coming up at 3 o'clock, we have a standoff in the Compton area. The street is Poplar Street in Wilmington. Did you want to jump in, Jim? Okay, let me continue on here. All right, so Poplar Street and Wilmington, we're in a neighborhood here. We can see this is a very old truck. The back window has been shot out with those pepper balls. This had no effect on the driver. He was able to open his window. From that shot there, you can see if he goes forward, he goes into a wash. He goes backward, he goes into a sheriff's department car. He could make a run for it, but there's a neighborhood there. There are residents right there. And you have law enforcement with their guns drawn, and they've had them drawn for, we started the pursuit around 12:55. And they've been there at the ready should anything go awry. We've had people evacuated, escorted out of their properties, people who live in the neighborhood. Law enforcement has had to bring them out. Stu Mendel, let's bring you back into the conversation here as we continue to watch this. Are you seeing any greater activity there, or is it the same thing? We're just sitting here waiting.
Well, I've been watching some of the off airs on some of the other station on our station. We're actually headed back to base, just letting the viewers know. So the other helicopter is up right now, so we're getting a picture from them. But I did see those SAB guys showing up. We saw the Air Rescue 5 making their way over there. They're probably going to be bringing in supplies, and also some of those deputies that we saw down there. They probably were landing over there at the Compton Airport, which is literally a stone throw away from where this ended, and they're making their way over there. They're the guys that are going to bring this to an end. They're going to figure out how to get. They probably have practice scenarios where they've dealt with something like this. But in the end, the best thing that would happen for everybody involved would be just to have that suspect give themselves up. I did listen to you guys talking earlier on, and it was excellent. It was an excellent thing to talk about and see about the de-escalation, where they were moving. They would move farther back, but still be in the area, knowing so that suspect knew that officers or deputies are still there. But they de-escalated, didn't have as many people around there, possibly letting that suspect have a different mind frame, and hopefully maybe thinking, well, okay, this isn't as bad. I'll just get out of the car. But in the end, it is going to be that suspect going into custody. Hopefully, he will not be injured. It is putting a lot of people out today. The school that's nearby, I believe, is Davis Elementary. I was looking that up just moments before we left. But there is a school nearby, and Wilmington is one of the major streets right there. So you got to wonder, school is let out or is going to be letting out. A lot of these folks, if their family members going to pick up children, they might have to detour around. So it is going to inconvenience a lot of folks, but in the end, it's safety. You don't want to see that suspect injured. You don't want to see the general public injured. And those deputies doing an amazing job this afternoon, keeping people safe. And Roxy was the one that pointed it out, is even though it came to an end with a dead-end street, this is, it is just, it was bad luck it was good luck for everybody, because that vehicle stopped moving. And it, for the most part, the public, the folks that would be in the neighborhood if this thing was ripping down their street, they are all safe right now.
All right, we're looking right now, and I believe they actually call this a Bearcat, this heavily armored vehicle.
Awesome.
Jim Hemmel, why don't you weigh in on this? Talk about this vehicle we're seeing here.
Well, I'm sorry, I thought you were saying. We've seen these in the past, and they are amazing trucks. And they also carry paramedics in there as well. That's something that we should point out to the public. A lot of these SWAT guys, they are trained in their specialized tactics, but one of the specialized tactics is also saving lives. They're not just there to save the life of other deputies or innocent people, but if that suspect becomes injured, they're going to be the first responder. They're going to be the one that's there administering first aid to that suspect. So that's part of that, what goes on inside those vehicles. They're actually equipped with first aid and what same things that you might find in an ambulance. Heavily armored, that's another big plus. In this case, we don't know about any weapons, but if the suspect does have a weapon, it is heavily armored, also very maneuverable and very powerful. So I don't know how they're going to use it in this case. I'd love to watch it, but right now it's a good thing that it's there. It's going to show it just it being there also shows that command presence, and that possibly will give that suspect the frame of mind that I'm not going anywhere. This is over. Maybe I should just give up.
It can be very intimidating to see that vehicle behind you. If we can bring in the former Assistant Sheriff James Hemmel, because you work for the Sheriff's Department, I'm wondering what you can tell us about what you think you're seeing here now with that vehicle, what it means for that vehicle to be brought in.
So the armored rescue vehicle, ARV as it's known, and that's the smaller version, that's the Bearcat, is used to put deputies in a position where they're closer to the targeted individual. Unfortunately, he's put us in a situation where we don't know his next step. And so to prevent him from presenting harm to the neighborhood, they'll put themselves in a tactical position, probably removing one of those radio cars and replacing it with the Bearcat in order to put the tactical operators closer to the situation. And this way, if every precaution is taken in the event that the suspect makes a move that's more desperate, but it also allows for these less lethal options, such as a large stun bag, chemical spray, as well as perhaps the canine. So without giving too much information, we don't know if a suspect has access to hear these types of options. We know that there's various resources that are available, and each situation is different. So based on the environment that they're in, though, there's somewhere a command post where a command officer that in my latter years that moved up in the organization, that's the post I would take, and the special weapons operators bring options to the forefront. They're tactical experts. They will present various options, and what they see is the best tactical option to have a peaceful resolution. And then the decisions made to deploy that type of tactic based on what's in the best interest. It also provides the opportunity to give additional information. So while all of this is going on, additionally, the patrol officers deputies are evacuating surrounding residents if he leaves the vehicle and attempts to run. So we want to make sure that the surrounding neighborhood is safe as well. So all of that information funnels in to the command post so that solid, safe decisions can be made that are in the best interest of not only the public, but the deputies on scene, and then eventually the suspect who's actually presenting the problem.
Well, let's talk about what we're dealing with here. It is now 3 o'clock in Los Angeles. I'm Christine Devine here, Fox 11. We're watching this Bearcat move closer to the suspect who led authorities on a chase in the Compton area today. Ended up being cornered here near a flood control channel. And there we have this standoff. The location is Poplar Street in Wilmington. That pickup coming to a stop around 1 o'clock. There's a wash right in front of him, so he's pinned in from behind. Deputies, if you wonder what they're doing, well, they did fire multiple pepper balls into the cab of the pickup truck, part of the rear window. Driver didn't move, still sitting there with his window down. Apparently got through that. He tried to back into law enforcement vehicles, spinning his tires. He did 2 pit maneuvers, tried to execute 2 pit maneuvers, and that didn't stop the driver. The deputies tossed a gas container into the cab. That didn't stop it. So we've had this standoff now for several hours. And we can take a look now at that video. And with me is Stu Mandel, who's been in Sky Fox. That's the 1 pit maneuver. And our retired chief of Sheriff's Special Operations with the Sheriff's Department, giving us an idea of what his former colleagues are having to deal with there on the job. And the word that keeps coming to mind has been restraint, as we have this suspect just taking over the neighborhood because there's a standoff now. People can't come and go in their neighborhood. There are pedestrians there on the side. They tried the spike strip. That didn't work. Yeah. So Jim, many attempts to stop this driver were put into play, and now it's a waiting game to see if he will get out of the vehicle and what law enforcement do to get him out of the vehicle.
Great point. There was many efforts made to essentially stop him in his tracks before he made decisions, as we often see in these pursuits, and certainly Stu can speak to that over the years. The desperation that we see in individuals who are involved in these pursuits. And the pit maneuver was utilized. I was very impressed with the fact that they took precautions and timed the execution of that pit maneuver when there was no danger to the public. Oftentimes, your emotions when you're traveling at a high speed or you have a suspect who is presenting a dangerous situation to the public, the emotions can get carried away. And I have not seen evidence of this. In fact, I've seen commendable restraint and calm professional poise in that they're waiting and timing the execution of some of these tactics when it's appropriate. And so from every standpoint, it appears that they're taking those precautions, and it's good to see our local law enforcement doing that. And having served in Compton for many years as well, I know from town hall and community meetings and coffee meets, and not always positive, sometimes people voicing their concerns, but I know that overwhelmingly the theme is our family and community in Compton appreciate the sheriff's department. They just want to see the consistent professionalism, and I think you're seeing evidence of that right here. And so working to constantly be better and working to demonstrate that professionalism that's centered on reverence for human life and ensuring that the safety, the public is safe, and then certainly the deputies on scene, and then also the suspect at hand. So dealing with his emotional status with this vehicle.
Well, we've seen so many incidents where the driver has been really putting people in danger. Right now, we're not seeing that. There are no pedestrians of concern. There are no other vehicles. Law enforcement seems to be in a safe manner. He's not been threatening. The most bizarre thing is that he's been inhaling from a balloon and some kind of blue tank, which we might think is nitrous. Don't know, but we keep seeing him hold that tank. He's not been using a phone at all. There you go, right there, playing with that tank again. Smoking as well, it seems. Sometimes we have family members try to come to a scene or residents come out. We haven't seen that, Jim, except for people trying to leave their home to get out of the neighborhood, and they've been escorted out. So law enforcement also has done a good job of blocking off the street and really containing the area.
Yeah, very good point, because oftentimes you can have pedestrians who might mean well. Let's say they know the individual and they'll try to start speaking to them. And certainly if it's a family member, the emotions are running high. Oftentimes family can be helpful in bringing them, but we want to assist them so that they can channel their emotions in a positive way. What we have seen when family take independent action and don't coordinate with law enforcement is they can actually escalate the situation because they get frustrated at the lack of responsiveness by the person who's troubled, whether it's mentally or under the influence of an intoxicant. And what often happens is they can drive that behavior higher. So when we interact with families to try to resolve the situation, it's best to do it in a coordinated manner with professionals, crisis negotiators. And so you bring up a good point about onlookers, pedestrians, and quite frankly, most of the time, people are concerned and want to assist. And so a lot of what's going on is the deputies on the ground hopefully taking the time to explain what's going on. You know, it's very frustrating. You have a lot of hardworking people in Compton coming home, just want to come home, attend to their family, get their children home, get to dinner, things of that nature. It can be frustrating. That's real life. Now being held from your own neighborhood, from your own home. So that's frustrating too. And so it's important for law enforcement to take the time in respect to explain that situation. And oftentimes people can be frustrated at us for being the bearer of bad news that, hey, you can't get into your home right now. We need to escort you out.
Well, who amongst us hasn't been frustrated by some kind of delay in our own neighborhood or in our path to wherever we're going, work, whatever, because of whatever the delay is, it alters your schedule and alters your day. You can see law enforcement there across from that wash, across the street there, making sure residents there are safe and staying away, and reminding them that there is police activity going on. Even a block over, you see law enforcement. But I can't imagine being the homeowners who live right there, who now are not able to perhaps come home, enjoy their afternoon with their family, kids coming home from school. And if you live in that area, obviously you'd want to keep your doors locked in case the suspect ever were to make a run for it. Obviously, there's been no sign of movement, though, of him even opening the door, acknowledging law enforcement. He's just been sitting there for a good 2 hours now. Jim, stand by. I wanted to bring in Rick Dicker, who has been in Skyfox for many, many years, covering many, many events, scenes like this. Rick Dickert, as you are coming into our coverage here, what is your take on what you're seeing here?
Essentially, you can see that pickup truck ran into that dead end. That's Compton Creek there. It's just to the west of Wilmington Avenue. We are on West Poplar Street. What we're concerned with just a block away is General Benjamin Davis Jr. Middle School. And Stu alluded to this, that school is likely letting out at this time. What we're trying to ascertain if that school is on lockdown, if parents can come and pick up their children, because as we widen out in Skybox, you'll be able to see that middle school is just a stone's throw from where this standoff is occurring. You can see the Bearcat there making some movement. And when we talk about SEB, what the acronym for that is, it's the Special Enforcement Bureau of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and they handle high-risk tactical operations involving things like barricades, like this one, hostage situations, or high-risk warrant situations. They have plenty of manpower and women power there on the scene. They have this gentleman surrounded, and they are just going to wait this out. This is a very erratic individual that's under the influence, but yes, protecting the residents of this Compton neighborhood is paramount to these deputies, and they are trying to get everybody out of harm's way. We saw a similar situation last night in which an individual was barricaded after firing on 3 LAPD canine officers. You can see they've got the yellow tape up there. They're surrounding the area, that perimeter, that line. You see the street sign there saying Poplar Street. That was Poplar Street and Wilmington Avenue, which Wilmington is a major north-south thoroughfare which borders General Benjamin Davis Jr. Middle School. Again, trying to get information there, but that Bearcat there is making a move, getting closer to where that sheriff's patrol car is, that SUV. This individual clearly under the influence. We could see him using there in that pickup truck. He's the only one inside the cab, clearly there. He is communicating at times with those deputies, Christine, but he just doesn't want to give up. And we haven't seen the Sheriff's Department make a move towards that cab yet. That they have that manpower in play. They have that Bearcat there. And now it's just a wait and see.
And so as we think, Rick, of someone not wanting to give up, I want to bring Jim back into the conversation. So why doesn't the person want to give up? As we said, are they under the influence? But I also wonder, do they have some kind of criminal record or some reason why going into custody is a bigger problem for them? Perhaps they have been in the system before. Perhaps they don't want to go back to jail. Perhaps they're going to just wait out their day because they don't want to go to jail, period. But Jim, you have to factor, if you're the deputies there on the ground, you factor all of that into account here as to why the suspect is not making a move, knowing they can't go anywhere.
That's certainly a good point. All too often, people take desperate actions when they know they're returning to prison for a substantial amount of time. Now, not knowing anything about this individual, that certainly doesn't look at like this behavior, not knowing, because oftentimes with individuals who don't want to be taken, they take more desperate actions, forcing law enforcement into, unfortunately, more deadly confrontations or certainly more hostile confrontations. But that being said, finding as much information as we can to de-escalate the situation, speak to the trouble maybe that he's experiencing right now, whether it's within the family or, like you mentioned, criminal troubles that he believes he has pending, or it could be a mental health situation or even being intoxicated. Those are the types of things that are important for a crisis negotiator to certainly know, so they can speak to this person's troubles and convince them to take a more desperate action is really not in their best interest nor the people around them. But all of this is made much harder, as we spoke about earlier, when the person's in a euphoric state, and certainly if they're using the nitrous oxide, that is something that puts you in a more euphoric or dream or nightmare state because it's not as if it's actually occurring. So sometimes the fears that we would all associate with a hostile confrontation or fleeing from police are removed, and that places law enforcement in a desperate situation or a more tenuous situation because our efforts are centered around a peaceful result. So we're trying to deal with the unknown factor, all centered on ensuring that the public's safe, the deputies on scene are safe, and then, of course, the suspect. And so all of those factors are taken into consideration.
I like hearing your perspective that it doesn't seem to you like this is a person who perhaps has a record in the system trying to avoid going to jail. Again, we may or may not know that. But you're right. I think of some of the more desperate actions we have seen with people that are very frightening, very dangerous. This person is just sitting there. I guess my heart breaks because I know this is somebody's loved one. This is perhaps somebody's father or brother or uncle or son. And perhaps they are watching TV right now. Perhaps they are talking with law enforcement, giving them information or not giving information. But it always saddens me when I see somebody at their worst, having their worst day, knowing that they are somebody's loved one. Jim?
It's very true, and as Rick also brought up, the surrounding area is something that's taken into consideration. The residents, evacuating them, ensuring that they're aware of what's going on. He made mention of the school in the surrounding area, so certainly I'm certain that Compton Sheriff's has taken precautions to ensure that if the person were to go to ground, that you have a deputy sheriff there to apprehend any threat that is presented. So taking every precaution is certainly a huge part of that. Regarding the suspect and his background, and of course we may not know, it certainly doesn't fit that type of profile, but the unknown factor, you never know. People respond in different ways, but as we saw with the murder of the Riverside deputy sheriff who just contacted somebody on a normal traffic stop, and the person was presuming and assuming that the deputy knew that he was going to go to prison, so he opened fire on this innocent deputy sheriff. And then, of course, last night with LAPD, you have more aggressive behaviors of a more desperate suspect. This person appears to be a troubled individual. We don't know what's driving that, and certainly finding that out will be a goal of crisis negotiators and the deputies on the scene for the sake of trying to have a peaceful resolve to this situation. But the deputies have really demonstrated professionalism in that they knew when to push the action and block the individual from leaving, even though he cornered himself. Normally, distance is a good friend of law enforcement, but I think a good decision was made by the deputies to say, all right, at this point, we have to pin him in rather than have him continue the pursuit and turn around and endanger more public or deputies in the field. So I would say good decision-making appears to be at hand, and certainly professionalism and human reverence for human life is at the top, and it's very impressive.
So as we see this really tremendous show of law enforcement here, we're seeing that second Bearcat. I'm thinking of the expense and the manpower. In your opinion, is this second armored vehicle needed in a situation like this?
Well, not knowing exactly what they're dealing with or what the background is, I don't know if the person has a weapons history, is believed to have a weapon in the vehicle. I'm not really privy to that information, so it would be difficult to second guess that. But I do know that using several ARVs for one tactical operation is quite common, and oftentimes it's to maybe prevent anyone from leaving or to bring in more resources in a safe manner. And oftentimes those resources could be a canine, a stun bag, a taser at closer range, things of that nature. Certainly a canine could be helpful if it goes on too long. Making that decision of when to, if it continues to stand still and not pose public danger, as far as based on when to move with the suspect is so dependent on how many variables that are there, many of which is the suspect armed? How long should we hold up the community from entering their home? I mean, they have a right to live peacefully in their home, and but reverence for human life will obviously guide a lot of those decision making, and certainly in the short term, they'll wait this person out as they should to try to have a peaceful resolve and convince him to surrender peacefully.
Well, as we're watching this show of law enforcement here, Jim, I think I'm going to go back in time with you and I maybe 25 years ago, where I had a chance to partake in Simulation Village and some of the police training tactics. And I remember one scene where I had to be the officer and go to a certain call and pat someone down. It actually was a traffic stop. And I thought I did a great job. I thought I was in the clear, and the person had a weapon in their shoe. So we don't know the actions of people. I did another simulation with the sheriff's department in which a person had a weapon under the couch cushion. So when you think visibly everything looks clear and the person seems to be perhaps not a threat, we know there can be different behaviors with people who are in distress. This person's been sitting in his vehicle since the pursuit around 1 o'clock, sitting here, sucking on that tank there. So we're guessing perhaps not of right mind. But Jim, I just think of those different scenarios that you were present at them. We go way back many years, you and I, and just to have those different scenarios that you all are trained to encounter unpredictability.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. And first of all, to the point of you and the professionalism that showed, to understand, because you guys have been constantly reporting these types of important activities that involve law enforcement in the community. So for you to get to know them firsthand speak to the professionalism of yourself and the organization you work for. But furthermore, to the larger point of hiding weapons and things of that nature, that has to do with everything that goes into law enforcement. Every contact that we make is centered on, does the person possess a weapon that can hurt the public or myself? And that's with each contact. So all too often, where law enforcement can be perceived as going wrong is not just providing a calm, simple explanation of what activities we're doing, whether it's searching an individual or sometimes looking into a car with a flashlight when you approach a vehicle, things of that nature, taking the time to explain calmly what it is you're doing and why, and it's for the safety of the individual, and also make sure that you can have a safe interaction, whether it's a traffic stop or you're responding to a domestic violence call inside of somebody's house, or something just as simple as a disturbance that we don't know the background. We just want to be aware that nobody is going to present a danger to that situation. And over 33 years in law enforcement, unfortunately, I've seen very close friends killed in the line of duty for the community. And oftentimes it's firearms that present that, and they're firearms that are concealed on other individuals or pursuit operations immediately after pursuit. They open fire or approaching the house or approaching a vehicle. So we see a common theme that are danger zones for law enforcement. And so I think you bring up a good point about it's so important for law enforcement to be aware of, are we approaching somebody with a weapon or not? And it's not only for the safety of the deputy and the public, but also that individual. And unfortunately, the unknown factor is what presents that danger to law enforcement, because we do not have the opportunity to know for certain whether that individual has a weapon. And so all of the intel that we can garner prior to approaching is certainly in the benefit of law enforcement.
And sadly, a very real issue in more recent years, too, has been suicide by cop, where the person is pushing law enforcement to engage and ends up in deadly consequences. Rick Dick, I'm going to bring you in a second, but I want to roll video here for our viewers to see what we've been dealing with. Right here, this is one action taken by that driver who's been boxed in that standoff, that barricade situation there in his vehicle, where he just is hitting the gas there. And he's blocked in by that sheriff's vehicle. That shows you the erratic nature and behavior of this driver. Reminding viewers, he led people on a pursuit. He led law enforcement on this pursuit through the Compton area, in which there were attempts to spike strip. There were 2 pit maneuvers, and he had gotten away as well. Pepper balls have been sprayed in, and this has been the action of the driver. So is this person dangerous? Hard to tell. Obviously erratic, obviously willing to put pedestrians and people on the street in danger if they're leading police and law enforcement on a pursuit. I say meteorologist Rick Turkin, who's played double duty because you've been in Skyfox so many times covering things like this. This right here goes to show you the erratic nature of this driver.
Yeah, that's right. And the larger box there, that's earlier video. The smaller box is a live shot. And as we look live geographically, just if you're tuning in, this is in the community of Compton, and that is Poplar Street there, a dead end into Compton Creek. There's a bike path there as well, and a pedestrian bridge. And the sheriff's deputies have that area covered there. And Assistant Chief Hellman, retired Assistant Chief Hellman, touched on this, but this is really important as we look at this scene here, that there is nothing ordinary about any incident which these deputies deal with. Nothing ordinary or routine. I, in my years up in Skyfox, covered so many tragic situations, and I recall the SWAT officer from the Pomona Police Department, Sean Diamond, who was serving a warrant, an early warning warrant, and he was shot and killed. There's been a handful of those situations that have occurred, and this individual clearly...
Okay, you were just listening in there to our live coverage from our team at Fox 11 following this standoff with a suspected DUI driver. We've been watching this now for about 2 hours. We've seen the whole course of it as this has all played out in real time, live, raw, and unfiltered from our multiple cameras that we have covering this incident. That white pickup truck that you're looking at there, you can see the suspect inside. He's really just been sitting there in the most recent amount of time that we've been watching this all unfold, as police have been pleading with him and trying to get him to come out of the vehicle. Really not much activity has happened in the last hour or so, but as our Skyfox camera is now moving away, we'll continue to follow this and bring you any updates. They're trying to reach some sort of resolution with the driver here, who has taken them really all around. They've deployed spike strips, that whole street where you've seen that car. Well, that is an area that has been blocked off for residents there as kids are getting out of school, families who need to get to their own street. That whole area is now blocked off until they can try to safely get this suspect out of the car. So we've been following this here, this pursuit that has now resulted in what you just saw there moments ago. That white truck parked there, the suspect inside, really just not doing much despite many different attempts from police trying to get him to cooperate. Okay, so you can see here as we are back over the suspect's vehicle, again, it's that white pickup truck. This is in Compton. Many different law enforcement vehicles here blocking off this area. Really no place for the suspect to go. They've reached a dead end on this street. You can see some homes on that street. As I had mentioned, kids are getting out of school now. Families are trying to return home, and this area for now is blocked off of Poplar, I believe is the street name. So for that reason, until they're able to get the suspect out of the vehicle to cooperate, this is what we are dealing with right now. Not sure if they're going to try some other tactics here, but we'll continue to monitor these live looks that we are getting from our Fox 11 Skyfox cameras here. Again, this is a suspected DUI driver, and that is what initially started this pursuit. He had made many different very concerning turns throughout the whole process, weaving in and out of cop cars who were trying to stop him, using different tactics to try to get this suspect to cooperate long before we reached this point here, this dead end on the street here. We're just going to stay over this shot here for a moment as we try to gather some additional details. Okay, so this overhead shot here is showing you live in real time where our Skybox cameras are. We want to pull up some video from earlier as we were following this in case you missed the moments that led up to where we're at right now. So let's show you exactly this. You can see the vehicle being turned around there and continuing to weave through cop cars. A reckless DUI suspect who has been seen throughout the course of our coverage huffing a balloon while leading officers on this pursuit throughout a Compton neighborhood is still refusing to surrender, remains in that standoff with authorities. Now, again, this is a previous video that led to the point that we are at, showing you the moments that led to the suspect driving and stopping and now just sitting in the parked car at that street that has a dead end. There have been a lot of interesting circumstances surrounding this, including that he has been huffing a balloon. He also has appeared to be inhaling nitrous straight from a tank and vaping an unknown substance while in the driver's seat. Officials have tried multiple tactics here, many tactics really, deploying pepper balls in the vicinity of the truck, breaking a portion of the back window in an attempt to try to get the driver out, but none of this has been successful so far. Earlier, as you're seeing in the video here, the driver had crossed a center divider, hit multiple patrol cars, was somehow able to make it through at least 3 pit maneuvers. So this driver really has been relentless throughout all of this. I think police are just trying to keep him in a place where he's not going to be in harm's way of the public, trying to work with him to get him to cooperate, to try to reach some sort of safe resolution here. So again, some video of the moments that led up to this. You can see this is where he's about to reach the dead end. Really hadn't been driving at crazy fast speeds in this pursuit, but it's been a very lengthy one so far, which ultimately has resulted in him being at this dead end. And since he's been in the car parked there, hasn't really done much. It really just looks like he's sitting there. We've seen him come out and stick his head out of the window several times, communicating with officers, at one point lifting his hands up, lifting his shirt up. So you can see him there, his head sticking out with that balloon in hand. So we've had a lot of different angles of him, but it appears now he's just kind of been sitting there as police are trying whatever they can to reach some sort of end to this standoff now that the suspect has been parked and has reached a dead end here. So another live look at where he's at right now. Still there, that same spot, dead end, with all of those emergency vehicles surrounded around him, ready to try to act on if the suspect does get out of the car. So we will continue to follow this. We'll get you a look at what's going on in a double box here as we continue to move on to some other top stories that we are following.
Caton deputies responded to a call for service of a vehicle doing donuts in the street, and the driver was seen inhaling an unknown substance. As deputies arrived, they saw the driver was inhaling unknown substance from a tank. Fearing that the suspect was gonna drive off and create a public danger as well as the danger for the public. Also, with the driver inhaling an unknown substance, the debris believed that the driver was under the influence. The debris attempted a traffic stop on the vehicle, but the driver took off driving, and the vehicle pursuit ensued. The vehicle ended up to the 800 block of Poplar Avenue in the city of Caton, where the suspect refused to exit the vehicle. The crisis negotiation team and the mental evaluation team are on scene and attempted to communicate with the driver, but was unsuccessful. The scene right now is turned over to the Special Enforcement Bureau, and where the Special Enforcement Bureau deputies will attempt to bring the incident into a conclusion. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over there. The deputies are attempting to make communication with it. They are unsuccessful in getting him out of the vehicle, but they are in so far he's looking at driving under the influence and also assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. Exit the vehicle peacefully, and so that we can bring this to a peaceful end. I have no information on that, sir. We have evacuated some residents from the area for their safety. We urge the residents in the area to stay in their home and listen to deputies' orders. The driver was seen by the deputies inhaling unknown substance from a tank. We do not know the contents inside the tank until we can test it. I do not have the number at this time. So yeah. So far, he's suspected of driving under the influence and also assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. So right now we are the Special Enforcement Bureau deputies are formulating a tactical plan to bring the suspect into custody. Our Special Enforcement deputies, they are working swiftly to try to formulate a plan to bring this custody to bring the suspect into custody as quickly as possible, and we do not have a estimated time.
All right, we've been listening there to.
Okay, so we just dipped in there to Fox 11's broadcast.
And I think we are going to rejoin you now live after we just learned.
Their Malatea is also on digital for Fox 11 in Los Angeles, and so The standoff continues. You heard there from that public information officer that charges the suspect could be facing include driving under the influence and assault with a deadly weapon to a police officer. Obviously, that is the vehicle. And so this is going on almost 4 hours now. And so we're going to listen into more of Fox 11's coverage of this. As you heard there, there were some reports that possibly family members of this suspect are on the scene. They, meaning police officers formulating this plan to take him into custody, apparently have been in direct communication with the suspect, at least shouting commands, orders, what have you, trying to communicate the best way they can. Let's listen back in.
If I'm not mistaken, I'll work to get that confirmed to you. But nonetheless, I do know that he came into contact with law enforcement vehicles. Again, 3 pit maneuvers at least were attempted, and then everything came to an end when he hit a dead end here in Compton. This is a flood control area. We just learned from that deputy there that some residents in this area, no surprise, have been asked to evacuate their homes out of an abundance of caution. People, maybe you're watching us from the city of Compton. If you live anywhere near this, the deputy just said, stay inside, lock your doors. Obviously, a dangerous situation that has now gone on for several hours. We've also learned that maybe this isn't new information because I saw this happening earlier, that the suspect inside the vehicle was seen inhaling some sort of a substance. It's been reported that it's nitrous oxide, aka laughing gas, out of a balloon. I saw that with my own eyes earlier, where he was inhaling an unknown substance out of a balloon. The deputy there said he was also seen inhaling a substance unknown from a tank, from a canister. So that has also happened. So clearly the suspect not in his right mind. That's an understatement, as our shot now zooms into the SWAT team, the tactical team there from the sheriff's department. We heard from that law enforcement officer at the podium that the special enforcement team is collaborating to figure out the best plan of attack in order to get this guy out of that white pickup truck and into custody. That's the plan. He says we're working to do that as quickly as possible. Well, this has been happening since 1 o'clock this afternoon. It's 5:10 here on the West Coast. Maybe you're joining us from the East Coast. I understand that this has attracted a lot of eyeballs just because it's just been so wild to watch. I mean, the pursuit was wild. And when this came to an end at this wash at 1 o'clock, more than 4 hours ago, we thought, okay, it's only a matter of time. We've covered these sorts of pursuits many times, and it's only a matter of time until we get the suspect into custody. Well, here we are 4 hours later. We've also seen, this was also why this guy will now be charged with assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. As soon as he hit this dead end, and he saw that he was surrounded and had literally nowhere to go, he did go in reverse, and he was ramming the black and white that you see there right behind him. So he used his vehicle as a deadly weapon. It will be considered as such, and hence the charge that he will face, assault with a deadly weapon on a police officer, on a peace officer. In terms of injuries, I don't think that there have been any injuries to pedestrians along the way. Maybe vehicles were damaged, but in terms of bodily injury to innocent, unsuspecting bystanders, I don't think there are any of those. I don't think any deputies have also been injured in this, but we're working to get that figured out for you and confirmed. Certainly hope not. Skyfox now zooming in on this SWAT team. Clearly they are getting ready to make a move. Joining us, it's nice to have a little bit of company here. We have Stu Mendel. He is in our chopper early in the morning, and he covered this pursuit earlier on when we first jumped on the air with Araxia Carpathian. Stu, you were overhead. You saw all of this unfold. Go ahead. What do you make of it all these times later? Do we have Stu? Bear with us, folks. Just give me the thumbs up if in fact.
Sorry about that. We got some We got some audio issues here, but Rosa and I were talking, and she was making comments about what was going on earlier on. We were there. Clearly, we were there. We were watching this happen live, and the whole part about the attempt. We heard the press briefing with the PIO from the sheriff's department talking about the assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. That was when that pickup truck collided with one of the deputies' vehicles. After that pit maneuver, we saw that, and I pointed it out when it happened. We saw that vehicle kind of bump one of those deputies' vehicles. I'm watching the feed live. I hope the timing is about right, but you can see right there the SED folks, the sheriff's department voted in the SWAT. They've got one of their toys out right there. That's going to be a drone. I have an idea they're going to be bringing that drone or flying around, looking, maybe trying to really make sure that the best they can, that suspect has no weapons inside that vehicle. Also, we were talking about this going on for 4 hours, maybe more. It definitely has been, and you just got to wonder about that guy in the truck. Even if he was inebriated earlier on, how long can you just sit in a vehicle? I was watching some of these shots moments before we went live, and it almost looked like he's getting bored about just sitting in that vehicle. It's like he's almost kind of saying, "Come on, guys, arrest me. Let's bring this thing to an end." This all happening out here in the Compton neighborhood. Right now, they're keeping a real focus on that drone. They probably want to see that fly over there, keep an eye on where it's going to go, and that's probably the reason why the camera operator in the helicopter right now is keeping that shot. But that suspect sitting in that vehicle, I was watching him fidget. One of the things that we do in the helicopter is read body language, because we're not down there. We can't hear the conversation. We can't, we're not getting the cues that other people are getting when they're watching or when they're on the ground. So you kind of watch people's body language, and you can see this guy looking in the mirror. He's getting a little anxious. He's, the body language has changed. So this kind of gives me the idea that perhaps that this is going to be coming to, he's starting to get desperate. So maybe he might even just open the door and give up. I'm just hoping he doesn't throw that thing in the drive and try to get away. We've been getting these wide shots also of this area. There's a pedestrian bridge right next to where that pickup truck is. You can see that sidewalk. Well, that sidewalk continues over the wash to the other side. There's deputies over there as well. So if he decides to maybe perhaps run, and I haven't seen a dog on the scene yet, so if he decides to run, then there are deputies that will meet him on the other side of that bridge right there. But right now, that drone seems to be the most interesting part of this afternoon right now. This has been a long and tedious standoff. The deputies from the sheriff's department doing an amazing job. And, this is the thing. It's like, much like the newscast, they're handing it off to other people. The original deputies that were down there were the patrol deputies. We watched them as they basically pulled out every trick in the book to try to get that suspect out of the vehicle. Then after that, we waited for a little bit, and then we started seeing, I make the joke that it's management. But, the sergeant started showing up, and they were like, okay, we're going to bring in SCV. And so they basically changed, the little shift change down there. So now we have these SCV guys there, and these are, you can see them, they're trained for these type of situations. They do standoffs, they do rescues, they do this type of deal. This is their thing, as it would be. So they've been here for a good, probably almost 3 hours now. And, we heard the PIO talking about putting together a plan and making a timely effort to get that suspect out of the vehicle. Well, I'm almost wondering if that suspect doesn't want to just get out of that vehicle. Come on, I mean, if you've been sitting in a truck for 4 hours, I mean, it's time. It's time to get out of that vehicle. So right now, we're just kind of keeping an eye on what's going on. And, of course, we want to see what's happening out there. But, of course, the other side of it is, it's still a dangerous situation. That suspect could injure himself. They don't want to see that. There's always that possibility. That truck still runs. He has the keys. We watched earlier on as Marla, I don't know if you've seen that or not, but that vehicle was actually in reverse, rammed up against that deputy's vehicle, and those tires were spinning and smoking. And he was, making an effort or a gesture to either get away or to create a situation where he was trying to frighten off the other deputies, which they weren't frightened by any means, but it was the same thing. Safety. You don't want to be next to one of those tires when they explode, and they might have.
might just do some sort of distractionary thing. I'm not giving away any tactics. I don't have any inside information. I'm literally at home. I'm not even by a scanner. But we've seen it in the past where they will, do a flashbang or make some sort of distraction on one side of the vehicle, and then deputies will pull that guy out of the other side. Who knows what the plan is going to be? It's going to be interesting to see when it comes to an end. But right now, this is still a standoff out here. It's been going on for hours. They've got the big guys in. These are the big dogs as it would be. That's SEB. That's the sheriff's version of SWAT, and that suspect. He's got to be getting tired too. Sitting in that truck, looking out that rearview mirror, contemplating his life choices. It's got to be kind of dreary. I don't think he's in there any kind of jovial mood or any kind of happy. It's almost to the point where he's like literally saying, you'd wonder if he's like, just come on, guys, just come and arrest me. Let's get this over. You can see him looking out the window right there. Much different body language than we saw 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago, he was, standing up. He was, throwing things out of the vehicle. He was making all kinds of gestures. Right now, seems to be a little bit more calm, a little bit looking out that window, keeping an eye on what those deputies are doing. And, of course, he's got to be thinking about this also. You got to know that, it's the same attitude that we have or I have about that suspect, maybe driving off, injuring a deputy. That suspect's got to be thinking, too, yes, these are trained professionals, but they have loaded weapons. They're going to have loaded weapons pointed at me. Anything can happen. It is still a very, very dangerous situation out here in Compton. That pickup truck, we're not able to roll tape from earlier, but we watched as that driver was inhaling nitrous from a balloon, or what we believe to be nitrous from a balloon early on during the pursuit. There was actually a pit maneuver when he was inhaling from that balloon. We were looking to see it, and that's when the deputies did a pit maneuver. We watched him drive on center dividers. We watched him weave his way through the deputies' vehicles, crashing.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft back here with Live Now. We've been showing you Fox 11 Los Angeles' coverage of this hours-long standoff situation there in Compton in LA County. We just showed you that latest and first press conference that has been given for this incident. Looks like drones are overhead as well. We know there are several Bearcats on the scene. They are formulating their plan to come get the suspect. Obviously, we don't know when. That's what some of the officials said. There is really no timetable they can give us. All right, it does look like the suspect is out of the vehicle. All right, let's bring up Fox 11's coverage here.
And it's coming to an end. My goodness, how quickly that happened all of a sudden, yet how long it has taken. We have been watching this standoff with this pursuit suspect, this reckless DUI pursuit suspect who is now going to face a charge of assault with a deadly weapon on a peace officer. He has sat in that white pickup truck for hours now, smoking some sort of, inhaling an unknown substance. Next thing you know, his cab was filled with a gas, and I believe that was thrown in by the deputies. Maybe that was dropped off by the drone. It all happened so quickly because we saw the tactical officers manning that drone. Next thing you know, his cab was filled with smoke, and he jumped out of that window and tried to take off. He didn't go far, and now he is in handcuffs. He is in custody.
Okay, so that happened very, very fast. We thank Fox 11's Marla Tejas there. That suspect now in custody. You saw that drone I was referring to. We just want to cue it up one more time in case you might have missed it from earlier. It happened, like I said, very, very quickly. Let's cue that back up. Let's replay the moment when that suspect got out of the vehicle. The entire driver's side filled with smoke, and then authorities taking him into custody. Okay, this is just from moments ago. The suspect, remember, had been, so he put on some type of new outer garment there, maybe a jacket, and there he is, and he runs. He takes that outer garment off. He gets down on the ground. His hands are up, and they come in to arrest him. So if we're going to be be speaking, hopefully, maybe some of our Fox 11 Los Angeles reporters about this whole hours-long standoff today. We know there was a lot of interest in it. We're going to take just a quick commercial break.
That suspect's got to be thinking, too, yes, these are trained professionals, but they have loaded weapons. They're going to have loaded weapons pointed at me. Anything could happen. It is still a very, very dangerous situation out here in Compton. That pickup truck, we're not able to roll tape from earlier, but we watched as that driver was inhaling nitrous from a balloon, or what we believe to be nitrous from a balloon early on. During the pursuit, there was actually a pit maneuver when he was inhaling from that balloon. We were looking to see it, and that's when the deputies did a pit maneuver. We watched him drive on center dividers. We watched him weave his way through the deputies' vehicles, crashing into is kind of it makes it sound more dramatic than it was. He definitely hit that deputy's vehicle though, and that's when it happened. I knew that was the game changer. That's when everything changed, because now it's becoming assault with a deadly weapon, not just evading and a DUI. So the SCB there, you can see that large pole in front of those deputies right there. We've seen that in the past. They will put a different type of gas canister than the ones that we saw earlier on. If you were watching from way back when, they actually had deputies walking up holding these canisters of gas. We call it CS gas. I'm not really sure if that's the technical term anymore. That's what they used to call it back in the day, but it's tear gas, basically. It's something that's going to annoy that suspect. But what SCB has inside there is different types, different brands. And that pole right there that you see, they will put that canister. It's basically like one of you've seen those old, the claws and stuff that the kids have, and some of the elderly people have these like grabby things.
All right, Stuart Mendel, I apologize. I'm going to interrupt you because he's jumping out, obviously, because there's gas is coming out. Now he's making a run for it as he gets rid of his hoodie, and he doesn't look like he's going to make it very far. Hands up, just like that, and it's coming to an end. My goodness, how quickly that happened all of a sudden, yet how long it has taken. We have been watching this standoff with this pursuit suspect.
On the back of this truck bed here, after taking that suspect into custody, who had police on a pursuit first, and then an hours-long standoff situation there. It just wrapped up moments ago. You saw it live as well, and so they're taking away this banged-up white pickup truck. We watched it really get a beating to it during this whole standoff and chase and pursuit situation. So authorities taking it away. Remember, we heard from officials on the scene of that very brief press conference that suspect is going to be facing charges that could include driving under the influence and assault with a deadly weapon to a police officer.